this thing here, Mr. Sherman, but I don't see that as being something that I could say is, deliberately misleading or evasive. It was just, the report didn't mention exactly what the opinion was as to every single photograph. I think that was something that he could have been asked at the deposition is, hey, you took all these photographs. What did you gather from those? I think that's something you can address on your cross if you have a specific instance of it or, you know, a point to make about it. But the point being is that he's confined to the report and the materials he provided to you through the discovery process.
That's fine, Your Honor. I was going to suggest, let's just see how it goes. And if it looks like there's something we need to address, I'll bring it up.
All
I
right.
just hate to object all the time.
I understand, but sometimes that's what you got to do to preserve your objections.
Perfect the record. I looked at Mr. Rice's deposition last night, and the Wagner estimate was an exhibit to that deposition and was subject to examination. That's different from the McCordle report. And so just to make my position clear, the report was provided in advance. The Wagner estimate was provided in advance. They were both present at the deposition of Mr. Rice and subject to examination. And so I don't think there's been any failure to provide our information to the defendant.
All right. And Mr. Chairman, if you want to have last word on this issue, I think we've explored it at length here. And so I think it's time just to keep moving forward.
I think so, Judge.
Okay. So with that, then, is there anything else, Mr. Sherman, on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Then let's retrieve the jury, Deputy Scott.
All right, the jury.
Mr. Rice, you can go ahead and make your way on back. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. Thank you for being here on time, ready to go. We at this time are ready to resume direct examination for plaintiff's rebuttal case. Mr. Pye, you can proceed when ready. Yes, ma'am.
Mistakenly picked up our phone.
Oh, Deputy Scott. We've got a phone out here. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rice, just to pick up where we left off yesterday, after reviewing the reports and depositions of the defendant's experts, you wrote a report, and an inspection of the house was conducted
Correct. Before I wrote the report, yes. Mhm.
before you wrote the report.
Mhm.
And how long was the inspection?
Longer than most, closer to 3 hours, I believe, 2 to 3 hours.
Uh, uh, You and Mr. Patterson were present,
Yes, and my assistant, Suzanne.
and your assistant,
Yes.
and Mr. and Mrs. Present as well, the homeowners.
Eventually, I saw them, Mrs. Richmond, but
What about their counsel? Was he present?
yes,
Okay,
Mr. Sherman, yes.
all right. You did not do any invasive testing?
No,
All right,
visual only.
all right. And I believe yesterday you gave your opinion as to the professional propriety of the reports by the defendants, so-called experts, at this stage of the project. Is my question clear?
I believe so.
And tell the jury again what you, as a matter of professional propriety, consider the reports by the defendant's expert.
Premature. They definitely, well, Mr. Cordell, yeah, his was actually the report. Miss Wagner's, hers was just basically her estimate piggybacked his findings, and his findings were very premature.
And what do you mean by premature?
Well, he basically violated Chapter 1 of the International Residential Code by performing his inspections and claiming there were things in the residential code that were in violation when they weren't completed. When the code is very clear, is that for a judgment to be made regarding a code issue, the item or structure or whatever they're looking at has to be completed. Otherwise, it's premature.
Any premature inspection is going to show issues
Of course.
completion.
Right, it's not done. It hasn't been completed yet. It's up to the agent. In this case, it was Mr. Patterson, and had he done several times before. The insulation in the attic was an example. He considered it complete, called the inspector. They came out and gave him the thumbs up. But that was never done prior to just prior to my involvement.
All right. Now, all right, let's talk about some specifics. In the Cordell report, there was an issue of windows. What was did you look at all of the windows in the house?
Touched every one?
You remember how many there were?
No, 50, 30, 40, 50 windows.
Were there windows on both living stories and the basement, or
There were all 3 stories.
all 3 stories?
I looked
Okay.
at windows on all 3 stories, in the basement as well.
Were, were you able to open the windows?
All but one.
All but one. You remember where that window was?
I'd have to look at my notes. It appears to be in the front right living room. Southeast window needs work.
So all of the windows could be opened
Yes,
except one.
correct.
It just flat out couldn't be opened or,
Correct. There were a couple that were a little hard, needed some adjustment, but I could but, we all opened them.
in the, I don't know the word, the finishing around the frame of the windows. What's that called?
The trim, the,
Well,
let's just call it the trim. That'd probably be, that covers all.
were there any matters in that area that either were not complete or could be completed?
Just the caulking and painting,
Okay.
the last things you do.
Now, reference was made by Mr. Cordell to the sink and toilet issues not being caulked properly. Did you observe anything about the sink and toilet?
Everyone we checked was caulked properly. We have photographs of that.
Right? The Cordell report and the damage estimate refers to tile cracks. Where was there tile in this house?
In the bathrooms,
Okay.
that's the one that comes to mind first.
Did you observe any cracks in the bathroom tile?
There was one, it looked like somebody may have accidentally hit it with a hammer or something hard, and it was just one piece, and it was broken in the middle. It just, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, they just needed a whiz wheel to cut it out and put a new one in. But there were cracks that needed fixing, yes.
Right. The crack that you saw, do you have an opinion as to whether it would have come about in installation or something after installation?
It's hard to tell, but in my experience, mostly after installation.
This is one crack, I mean, a crack in one tile in what part of the bathroom?
In the shower,
In the shower. So you've got dozens of tiles,
yes.
one crack in one tile out of dozens.
It happens,
Okay. And is that something can be repaired?
yes.
Now, you referred to caulking a little bit. Tell us what you observed about painting. Any issues with painting in the interior of the house?
There were a lot of places that needed painting. There was a dining room, I believe, on the main level that needed to be painting. There was some crown molding around, the upper perimeter of the room that needed painting. It appeared to be ready. I mean, some of it needed to be caulked first. There was some caulking that needed to be done for the painting to be done. But that's not unusual in a restoration. Things need painting.
And is that something that can be done with a punch list type operation?
Oh, definitely.
All right. Reference was made by Mr. Cordell to notched floor joist. Did you see any notched floor joist
Yes.
in the basement?
Yes.
And tell us your opinion about that.
An easy fix.
And how do you fix a notched joist?
What you would do, and I'm going to use the term, I would sister two buys on each side of it. Say if that was a a joist. That's not deep enough, really. But somebody notched a piece out. What you would do is just put use sister two buys on either side of it and bolt it, screw it together, at least 3 feet past where the notch ends on each side, at least 3 feet. And then you have you would sister your two by. In this case, I think they were 2x8s. And yeah, just sister them together. And any carpenter would be able to do that.
Did this floor joist with a notch in it, did that appear to be original construction?
It was possible.
Is it possible that somehow in the project, BMC put a notch in that joist?
I'm not sure
would
what
it
they
have
would-
any purpose?
That notch I don't believe had any purpose with any of their work, but it's something that I wouldn't leave. It definitely would want to help, do that as part of your work. You're always going to find something else that needs fixing.
Now, reference was made to the door frames not being level. Did you observe that?
They weren't perfect level, but they were within tolerances, in my opinion. The case openings, there was one case opening that was the worst, but you really had to put my level on it. And Mr. Cordell, he used a bubble level,
Used to what?
a bubble.
A
level,
bubble.
A bubble. The bubble tells you whether you're level or not. And I mean, that's what we used when I started, working for my father back in the 70s. We had bubble levels. And then when they have come out now with self-calibrating digital levels, and I used that and I checked, there were a lot of case openings with no doors. And they were, slightly out of level, but you couldn't tell it until you put the level on it. And the ones with doors, I measured those. And they were, as my report indicates, they were within the tolerances I was taught.
Is perfect levelness a code requirement?
No, not at all.
What is the code requirement in that area?
There are none.
Right. But you would have addressed that issue by sistering the joist.
On the doors,
Oh, I moved to another. Okay, the doors.
the doors.
What if anything was to be done, if anything, regarding the door?
As far as I could tell, there was only one door that needed working. That was well, for the ones that I measured that were out of level. Let me answer that first. There really wasn't anything to do because they weren't out of what I was taught to be allowances. The doors were closing, but there was one door that led from the kitchen to the basement that it was not working without a lot of help. That one needed work.
All right, let's talk. Let's look at some pictures. Apologize for my delay, Your Honor. I'm actually trying to expedite that.
Excuse me.
All right. Mr. Price, I'm going to hand you photographs.
Yes, sir.
And plans exhibit 36, 37, 38, 39, 45, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 57, and 86. Are you ready?
I'm waiting to get connected.
Oh, well.
I have to let me in the meeting.
All right, if we could add as a co-host. And in the meantime, Mr. Sherman, did you catch all those?
Yeah.
Maybe you
Read
could
them again.
show them the
Well,
list and
show
then,
him my list.
yeah.
What number are we starting with first?
We're starting with 36.
Right, 36.
I have.
And
have to be added to the
I was
Zoom.
going to have him collectively identify and then go them individually so you can get the number.
Okay, so I'll just wait for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Rice, are those photographs that you took during the inspection of the Richmond House?
They appear to be, yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed and photographed at that inspection?
I believe so.
Offer, if you honor, please, plaintiff's exhibits 36, 37, 38, 39, 45, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 57, 61, 63, 66, 72, 73, and 86. Are you?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, those exhibits are admitted.
All right, thank you. All right. Ms. Price, plaintiff's exhibit 36. Put that up, please.
When you say put that up, what does that mean?
I'm speaking
her,
to
okay.
Brittany.
Oh, I see now. Yep.
This may be the easiest
Thank you.
picture to identify. What's this a picture of?
The front of the Richmond's home.
Okay. Lovely home. 37.
Yes, sir. We have it.
What's this a picture of?
Me measuring the picket widths, the widths between the pickets on the back deck.
All right. Why'd you do that?
Well, there was an issue regarding the width. When it was built, I believe the allowable width between pickets was 6 inches. And basically it's called the 6-inch ball rule to keep items from going in. Well, they were asked, Mr. Patterson was asked to upgrade that to the 4-inch ball rule, which is the current code. And I found 6 places where it was just greater than 4 inches. That needed fixing. That would have been picked up in a punch list inspection and easily corrected.
So we're talking about the deck on the back of the house
Yes, sir.
and the pickets or the vertical pieces in the railing.
Correct, the verticals that keep small children from falling off the deck.
Right.
Yeah.
And how many did you find that were below the current standard?
6.
6. And what would be done to correct that?
The easiest thing would just be add another picket. Nothing was over much greater than an inch. So you add another picket, which is 1.5 inches, to get it below, to get it more narrow than the 4-inch requirement,
All right.
and paint it.
All right, 38.
I'll wait.
But that's
You gonna flip it?
sideways. Can you turn it?
Yeah.
There we go.
Um,
What's that?
distance between pickets that's greater than 4 inches. It's a closer view of the previous.
Right.
Previous photo.
Does that meet the 4-inch standard?
No, it would need another picket.
Okay. All right. 38.
That's what we're talking
Oh,
about.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. 39. Oh, here's another sideways picture. Another picket measurement, I take it.
Yes, sir.
What's the width there?
Just a little over 4.5.
So that meets the standard.
No, it needs to have a picket added to it to get the current standard is 4 inches or lower. It just needs another picket added to it
Another picket. All
and
right.
painted.
All right. Plaintiff's Exhibit 45. What is this a picture of?
The attic in the Richmond
All right.
residence.
Anything significant concerning building standards or otherwise in this picture?
Mr. Cordell was critical of the thickness of the insulation.
And is the insulation shown in that?
Yes, if you look under the silver duct, I'll hold up mine. Under the silver ductwork back behind it, you see the wood framing has the insulation. He was critical that it was too thick.
The insulation was too thick?
That's what he says in his report.
Is that a code requirement?
No. In fact, in this particular case, this was presented to the building official as completed, as required in Chapter 1. And either the building official or an inspector came out and looked at it and signed off on this, found no problem with it.
But Mr. Cordell did.
But Mr. Cordell did.
Yet insulation that is, quote, too thick,
Correct.
is that any kind of hazard or is any health problem with too thick insulation?
I don't know of one, but I didn't see any here.
Okay. All right. Plaintiff's Exhibit 49. That's on its side.
Oh, I didn't know this was here. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. What is that?
Mr. Cordell claimed that the vanities were not caulked to the cabinetry below. And I cannot take credit for this photo. My smaller, thinner assistant crawled down and took this, taken up into the sink. And as you can see here, that's caulking. And we found it at every one. So I don't understand his criticism.
Maybe he didn't have an assistant to get down underneath.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. All right, plaintiff's exhibit. Uh, $50. What's this?
More the same. We're
Same
finding
sink
caulk-
or-
We're finding caulking. Basically, it's one of those vanities that sits either up into, these were up into to the marble. And you don't see it in these photos, but there's usually a clip that holds it up in there. If you've ever installed them, you better have small hands and like working on your back. But
All right. Plaintiff's exhibit 51.
more the same. Here's a, piece dripping that you would only want to see under a sink.
Plaintiff's exhibit 52.
We looked at a lot of vanities. Basically, the same thing.
Did you find any sinks in vanities that were improperly installed or needed work?
No, sir.
You have any explanation for Mr. Cordell's opinion that there wasn't caulking or improper installation?
Not really. I wasn't there while he did it. I don't know what he used to probe. Before getting under the sink, it's just an easy,
All right.
a thin blade just to see if there's something there. And then you go up under it and you see this. So
All
I'm
right.
not sure what he did.
Plaintiff's 52.
This is,
That was 50. Excuse me. 53.
More of the same. Just a lot of
Did you?
talk about no caulking yet, but we found a lot of caulking.
All right. Plaintiff's 54.
More of the same.
These are all different sinks. Did you?
Yes, I believe so.
Plaintiff's 57. What is this?
Example of one of the windows at the Richmond property.
What could that window be opened?
All of them but one could be open, but I'm not sure if this was the one. But it looks good. It needed some, I'm not sure if this is the photograph or if this was actually there, but it needed finished. The paint. And there was caulking and painting to be done.
As you said, that would be a punch list item.
Most definitely. If it was missed, definitely a punch list.
Okay. That's 57, right? All right. Plaintiff 61. What is this a picture of?
Oh, turn that counterclockwise. This is the bottom of a toilet. There was talk about the toilets weren't sealed. Well, after you put the ring in, you set the toilet on it and clamp it down. You're to caulk around the perimeter at the bottom. I like white caulking. That's just cleaner looking to me. That's just my preference. But they use clear caulking, which is not against the code. But there was clear caulking. You can see it. And is it difficult to see? Well, here's the edges of it, and here it's shiny in there. So again, every toilet we checked had caulking around the bottom. Again, I prefer a white caulk to cover that, but
Did you see any
Fine.
indication where the objection was the color of the caulking rather than the presence of the caulk?
no.
Okay,
No, that would have surprised me.
maybe because it's clear, they couldn't see it if they didn't look clear enough.
You have to get that, you have to bend over, at least bend over to see it.
Plaintiff's 63. Now, what was the issue about the placement of the toilet?
That it wasn't centered in the room. It's true, it wasn't. You can see it's, I want to say 2 inches, 2.5, little this way. But there's, to redo the floor, it would have been an incredible amount of redoing the structure.
Is there a standard or a code provision about the placement of a toilet in a room?
Just for clearances, each side of it. And this met the clearances. It's just not centered in, quite centered in that room.
So to pick the toilet up, to tear the toilet out and replace it at 1 or 2 inches to one side would involve what?
A fair amount of money. 5, 10, 10,000, because you have to, again, redo the framing underneath it. And look at all these walls right here. All that's got to be done. Basically, what's the phrase? You're opening a can of worms. When you start trying to move something just a few inches, it's just something down the line is going to be fixed, and who knows when it'll stop.
All right. That meets code requirements as far as placements.
I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, plaintiff 63. That is 63, I'm sorry. 66. What is this?
That is something that would most definitely show up on a punch list. They tried to fix this, and they're just not done. You can't judge this because it's just not done yet. To leave, to be, have left a property and then be judged on something like this, no. It needs, I would
What is
probably-
What is that dark square?
A piece of wood, I want to say 2x, I'm not sure. But this piece here has to be brought down, and there's a lot of caulking and painting and readjusting here that needs to be done. But
Right?
it's incomplete.
Plaintiff's 72. What's this a picture of?
Me measuring the slope on, I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I'm showing dead on level, dead on vertical, I should say, dead on vertical.
So if there were a complaint about the door framing being not level, to use that word, this would respond to that.
Correct. And I'm not sure if this was one of the doors that he had a complaint about, but I'm just it's just an example of how I measured the.
Okay. So you use a more modern and I'll say sophisticated measuring rather than the bubble.
I believe so. It self-calibrates. Just got to put it on something solid, turn it on, and it self-calibrates, which is handy. And I have many of these. This is a shorter one. I have a 4-footer and a 6-footer.
All right. Plaintiff 73.
This might be on the other side. I measured 0.2%.
Is there a code standard for this, I'll say levelness,
No,
but is that?
not on this, not on door frames and such like that, but there are other things.
What does that meet? If not code standard, industry standard?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And last, plaintiff's exhibit 86.
This
That's
not so
you
flattering
on a
photograph.
ladder, I'm guessing.
What's that?
Is that you on a ladder?
Unfortunately, my daughter.
Okay.
Anyway, this not so flattering photograph shows me, well, the reason I got there, because there was a water stain in the kitchen. And when you look at the plans, and if you want to find water, you want to find water pipe or something, condensate lines, something, a source of water. There were none in the construction drawings. But right above it, I am taking a picture, and I did not get on the roof, but there's a valley, that was filled with leaves that that is highly suspect in my mind is where the water's coming in. And that's something that needs fixing.
That's a pre-existing roof.
Yes, Mr. Patterson, BMC, Mr. Patterson, they had nothing to do with that, is in my opinion, based on what I saw.
All right.
I can't look at that.
All right, Mr. Rice, that's all our photographs. Can you summarize your opinion of the report and opinions of Mr. Cordell and the repair estimate by the lady? Can you summarize your opinion?
I can.
Your Honor, I checked. I think it's been asked and answered yesterday and today.
Well,
But just on the basis of ask and answered, I'll overrule that objection. You can answer the question.
Go ahead.
yes, go ahead.
To summarize, an item that's incomplete, or however you want to say it, that's not completed, cannot be judged. Cannot. In fact, that's a violation of Chapter 1 of the International Residential Code. It has to be completed for it to be judged. Now, it could be judged complete or acceptable to the code or not. But until somebody, either in this case, it would be Mr. Patterson, would call up the code official and say, hey, we're done, it's completed. And then it can be judged. But so much of Mr. Cordell's provides items that should not be provided because the initial requirements of Chapter 1 were not met, that it be completed and then judged. The codes, that's the custom and practice regarding codes, to go in and when a project's not complete, and I think I said this yesterday, it's not fair. It's not fair to judge something that's not complete.
All right, what about the repair estimate?
Ms. Wagner's repair estimate is based on flawed data. She says so in the first page of her estimate, that she bases it all her numbers on what Mr. Cordell found and or suggested, and all the quote unquote defects that he found on things that weren't incomplete. So her estimate is not valid in my opinion because it's based on what Mr. Cordell unfairly provided.
All right. Mr. Rice, you're a professional person. I assume you have charged BMC for your time and services?
Yes, sir.
And how much have you charged?
To date, $24,000.
And that covers the review of all the documents, the inspection, and your testimony here.
And today, yes, sir.
Now, when your deposition was taken, who paid your fee for that? Taken by the defendant, who paid for that?
Oh, Mr. Shepard, yeah.
Yeah.
Sherman, excuse me, Sherman.
That's all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
May I have a drink of water?
Sure, we'll get you.
I'll be right back.
Do we have an extra?
Oh, you have one? It'll be fine.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
we'll
okay.
get something for you.
Thank you, sir. Getting the line.
Do you need that before we get started?
We can go ahead. I'll take a drink during. if you
It'll
don't
be,
mind.
it'll be heading your way. All right, Mr. Chairman, when ready.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Rice.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Jim Sherman. I met you at your deposition when I took your deposition not long ago.
Yes, sir, and the inspection. And I believe we've met before, but we just couldn't figure out where.
That's right. We had had some prior intersection, but we
Okay,
couldn't figure it
a
out.
crossing somewhere.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor? I have an exhibit,
Yeah.
48. Mr. Rice, I'm handing you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 48.
Yes,
Do you recognize that photo as being one of the ones you produced to me?
yes,
All right. And is that a photograph that you took?
I believe so.
Okay. And is that a photograph of the furnace in the Richmond's attic?
It is.
All right. And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict what is portrayed, being the furnace in the Richmond's attic?
That's what it portrays. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move to admit exhibit 48, it's plaintiff's 48.
So we're gonna keep it marked plaintiff's 48?
I'll keep it marked plaintiff's 48.
Any objection?
No, no
All right, it's
objection.
admitted.
Introducing my exhibit.
Okay. All right, can we turn it clockwise, Nicole? 1/4. All right. Okay. So that is the furnace in the Richmond's attic, is it not?
Yes.
All right, and can we focus on that yellow sticker note, Nicole, and blow that up? What is that sticker? That is an energy guide, is it not?
I believe so.
And that energy guide shows the efficiency rating of that furnace, correct?
I do see the number 80, but it's hard to read what it means.
All right, well, that's an 80% efficiency furnace, is it not?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, Mr. Patterson told us that the energy efficiency rating was not on the yellow sticker, but you clearly see it, do you not?
I see a number. I do.
All right. And you understand, do you not, that the Richmonds had purchased and paid for a 92% furnace to be installed in that attic?
I believe so.
Okay. May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may, and why don't you take that up to him while you're at it?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rice, I'm handing you, I apologize, I turned my back on you.
No problem.
I'm handing you marked, or what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 76.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph you took?
It is.
All right. And that's a photograph you took during your inspection?
It is.
Okay. And that is a photograph of a car in the Richmond's garage?
It is.
Okay. And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict what is being portrayed?
It does.
I move to admit plaintiff's 76.
No objection.
Admit,
A pretty car.
Okay, you took a picture of that car, did you not?
I did.
And you were in the garage, correct?
I was.
And you had a chance, as much time as you needed to inspect the garage, did you not?
I believe so.
You did at $3.99. Mr. Rice, when I took your deposition, you told me you had found no evidence of mold in the house, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm showing you a picture that's already been admitted as defendant's 399. Are you aware that that photograph of the mold appears right before the front hood of that car you took a picture of?
I don't recall seeing that then.
Pardon me?
I don't recall seeing that.
All right, so you took a picture of the car in the garage, but you did not notice the mold spot that was in front of the car?
Well, to take a picture like that is very common in high-end properties. You want to protect yourself by taking pictures of things that could later be claimed that were damaged. And that's, while it's a pretty car, I also wanted to do that. Now, as far as that being mold, I did not tape it. I don't know. It could be, yes.
Well, there's been evidence in this case, I'll tell you, that this has been tested for high mold. And I don't know that you answered my question,
I'm sorry.
which you didn't notice that when you went.
I
to the
did not.
garage. Okay. And I believe in your report, you stated that the house was built in 1978.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, your report says that.
Yes.
Okay, you understand, do you not, that the house was built in 1973?
Must have been a typo. My apologies.
All right, you could have ascertained that information from the tax records in Fulton County, could you not?
I might have. I just, again, made a typo. And back to the mold thing, Mr. Cordell doesn't mention mold. And he's a mold remediator, certified mold remediator, but he doesn't mention it. And neither does Miss Wagner. So mold was not on my radar on that day.
We understand, do you not, that Mr. Cordell went to the house shortly after your inspection and tested that mold?
That's news to me. I had no idea.
You talked about a crack in the master shower tile.
Yes.
I believe you said it was one tile.
If I remember correctly, yeah.
It's actually multiple tiles, is it not?
It must be, I don't know. I'd have to see the photograph that I took of
All
it.
right, and the crack actually goes through the grout in between the tiles. Are you aware of that?
Again, I'd need to see the photograph you're talking about.
All right, the issues that you pointed out in the Richmond's home that need to be fixed or need to be completed today, as we sit here today, your testimony is there are items in there that need to be fixed or completed?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
And you agree, do you not, that those items weren't fixed or completed in 2022?
Correct.
And they weren't fixed or completed in 2024?
Correct.
Can we take a look at P66, please? All right, this is the trim issue that you looked at and talked about, plaintiff's exhibit 66. Are you aware that this is Mr. Patterson's repair job we're looking at?
I don't know. I don't know whose it is. Well, he is the general contractor, so yeah, he should own it and get it fixed, yes.
But you're not aware, are you not? You are aware, are you not, that what we're looking at is the after condition after Mr. Patterson attempted a repair?
That's a repair in progress.
Okay. Mr. Rice, yesterday you talked about the number of windows in the house. I believe you said there are 50 windows.
Yeah, it's probably, I'm a little large on that, probably closer to 20, 25. When I saw the front and did a little math, yeah, probably closer to 20, 25.
Okay, so what you told us yesterday was double the amount of windows in the house.
It was, again.
Today you said 30, 40, or 50 this morning, did you not?
I did.
Mr. Rice, it's true, is it not, that with regard to your licensing and certification, you've had several complaints filed against you, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
And you became a certified building official 3 years ago, is that right?
Correct.
All right, and that involved taking 3 tests, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I think you told us earlier yesterday that you didn't pass the first time, right?
That's not true. I passed for the first time the administrative portion and the legal portion. I passed those the first time, yes.
You didn't pass the building code section.
No, I did not.
Okay, you didn't pass it the second time, right?
No, it took me 4 times.
All right, it took you 4 times to pass the building code portion of that test.
That's correct. I just said that, yes.
And prior to this case, you've never testified in the case about defects during a remodeling or renovation project, have you?
Not that I recall, no.
You took a look at some photographs, some of the vanities, and we discussed a caulking issue, or you did during your direct examination. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And I think those photographs were taken by your daughter, right?
definitely.
Okay. You're like me. We don't crawl around much anymore, right?
Not as much anymore.
Okay, not as much. I do crawl with my granddaughter, but not all the time. So I believe you said that when you're looking underneath those vanities, you saw caulking, but you saw no clips.
Not in my photographs, correct.
Right, you didn't see the clips.
In the photographs, correct.
You understand that's what Mr. Cordell's complaining about is the lack of clips, right?
He says caulking.
Well, he also complained that there are no clips fastening those vanities to the countertops, did he not?
I don't recall that. I was more interested in the caulking issue.
Did I hear you say that there's no standard in the International Residential Code that deals with installation of windows and doors?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you say there's no standards?
I never said that.
What did you say about the doors in relation?
With regards to allowable slope, allowable being off center, they're not going to put that in there because whether you're putting it in an existing home or in a new home, it's and things settle. So they don't even talk about a slope, but I just know what it is and it's in my report, allowable on door openings when you actually have a door.
All right, so it's your position that the International Residential Code does not talk about windows or doors?
I don't say that at all.
Okay.
Of course they do.
All right.
They want doors to hold a certain force while they're latched. The windows, it's called fenestration. That's what they called it, the section about windows. And there's quite a large section in there about that.
Okay, you agree, do you not, that the International Residential Code requires that windows and doors be installed in accordance with the fenestration manufacturer's installation instructions?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe, in fact, that would be section R609. Does that sound familiar to you, windows and doors?
I was required to know what chapter to go to on fenestration. As far as details, I'll take your word on it.
Okay. And so you understand, do you not, that there are consequences when the windows and doors aren't installed in accordance with the manufacturer's installation instructions?
Yes.
All right. One of those consequences can be that it voids the warranty, right?
Good.
Okay. We took a look at the picket fence on the patio, that deck that's
Oh,
outside
the
house.
railing,
The
not a
railings.
fence, but the railing, yes.
You're right. It's a picket railing.
The picket's on the railing, yes, sir.
Pickets on a railing. And you understand, do you not, that Mr. Patterson built that?
Yes, I know that.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect on those points?
Rice, looking at the information you were provided about Mr. Coral's qualification, is he a member of the National Academy of Forensic Engineers?
No, he's not.
Is he an engineer?
He's not an engineer, correct?
Is he a certified building official with International Code Council?
His CV, a resume, doesn't show that. And based on his resume, he's worked for building officials before. But he was never given the title certified building official.
Thank you, sir. That's all for Mr. Rice.
Recross on that?
Excuse me.
The railing, pickets. You understand that the city inspector pointed out a problem with that in 2022, do you not?
Gosh, I don't remember that.
Okay. And it
I just
wasn't
know there was a
repaired-
problem with the pickets, and that's why I went there to look at.
it wasn't repaired. It's not repaired today, right?
No.
And it
That's why
wasn't
they,
repaired in 2022 and it wasn't repaired in 2023, correct?
obviously.
All right. You understand, do you not, that Mr. Coral was a building inspector for the city of Fulton County for many years?
He was
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
an inspector, yes.
Mr. Pye, I'll let you have at it if you had more. Okay, can this witness be excused, Mr. Pye?
Sir?
Can we excuse this witness?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rice.
Thank you, sir.
So anyone needs a break? Plaintiff may call their next witness. Oh, all right, let's take 5. I'll take it back.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. All right, we will reconvene when the jury's ready. Unless there's anything to address, we'll be off the record.
There's some up there, but.
Okay, great, okay. I didn't see it out there.
Well, we can do that. We do that.
Good, there we go. Good.
All right, make bullet points from this. Power.
Two or three words, words of power.
Just 3 words for each word.
He's so funny. You said the mom. What?
Y'all understand,
You
I
can't.
wear hearing aids, I can't hear a damn thing.
I can hear
Yep.
you. I move you. I
You
hear
hear
nothing. You wanna sit in the middle? I left home about my wallet. And I almost got pulled over, but I didn't. Thank God. I left the license, left my wallet at home. I left my wallet at home and I almost got pulled over.
Remain seated, court come to order.
Wait for the light. You can check on it like this. All right, we're back on the record, and Deputy Scott, you can bring back the jurors.
Back to the jury. Good, President Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Plaintiff may call the next witness.
Oh, Mr. Adam Shaw.
Raise your right hand. Swear according to the testimony about this case, you should give us the truth and nothing but the truth to help you.
Absolutely.
You may be seated.
Right.
While speaking clearly to the mic, could you please state your name and spell your name for the court?
My name's Adam William Shull, ADAM, WILLAM, SHULL.
Mr. Shaw, what's your business?
I've been selling label line windows for 38 years.
And are you employed with the company?
Yes, sir.
Name of the company?
A premium window and door.
And have you been with Premium for 30 years?
I've been with premium for 11 years.
All right. And what, you say you sell them, sell windows and doors?
Correct.
Did you sell windows and doors to Mr. and Ms. Richmond?
Yes.
Did they come and select what they wanted?
Yes.
All right, okay. And presumably they paid for them.
Yes.
Now, you're aware that during the remodeling process, issues developed, including the windows that you sold to Mr. and Ms. Richmond.
Yes.
Did you ever meet with the Richmonds and any of their associates concerning the windows?
Yes.
How many times, ballpark?
Dozen.
And starting about when, and when was your last meeting?
Started in, I believe, 22, late 22.
All right.
Last meeting was
And when was your last meeting,
6 months ago, maybe. I'm not.
and who was present?
Mr. Richmond, Tracy Bryan, and myself.
All right. Anyone else?
I don't recall her name.
Sensei?
No.
No? Some sort of expert?
It was the man and lady that were there that were doing, I guess, the inspections,
Okay. All right, Mr. Cordell, is that?
I believe. I don't,
Well, doesn't matter.
yeah, I believe that's who it was.
Okay. So you've seen the windows 6 months ago, did you say?
Approximately.
Were the windows damaged in any way?
No.
Okay. Now, what is involved with the entire window apparatus? You've got your windows with glass, and what else?
You have a sash, which has the glass in it. Then you have the frame. On a stationary frame that does not operate, you don't have any balances. On the ones that do operate, you have balances that allow the window to go up and down.
All right. Did you see any issues with the windows on this last visit?
I saw some issues with the balances.
Balances. And say again what the balances are.
The balance allows the window to go up and down
Right.
and holds it in the frame.
And what was the issue with the balances?
There were some that were a little bit out of square that just needed some adjustment.
Right. Anything else?
The glass and the sashes were fine.
So if the balances were adjusted, would the window be in, I'd say perfect, but satisfactory condition?
Satisfactory if they were adjusted.
All right. And would that involve buying new balances or using the existing or both?
In my recommendation, I would use new balances.
New balances. Was that the case with all the windows in the house?
There is a mixture of casement windows, double hung windows, stationary windows. But the ones with the balances seemed to be the ones where the most problem was.
Okay, you remember approximately how many?
14.
14. Okay, so can those balances be used in the repair, or do we need new balances?
I would recommend new balances,
All right. And what's the cost of a balance?
depending on the window size, anywhere from $200 to $300 per
Right.
pair,
For
per window.
14 windows?
Mhm.
All right. With those new balances properly installed, would the entire window operation be satisfactory?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Uh, Do you know what the labor cost involved in replacing the balances?
I do not.
Okay. Did you tell the Richmonds what you just said here today?
Yeah,
Did you ever tell them that the windows needed to be replaced?
not the whole window,
Okay.
not the glass, not everything like that.
And that's the more expensive component of the entire window, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Ballpark, what would be the glass part of the window cost?
The glass part of that window on the double hungs,
Yes, sir.
they run from anywhere from $600 to $1,200 a window.
But we're talking about balances now
Okay.
for repair.
Okay, the balances, like I said, are between 200, 300, depending on the length.
Right. And you never told the Richmonds or anyone associated with them that the windows would have to be replaced?
Not the glass.
All right, that's all.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Not a problem.
Mr. Sewell, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jim Sherman. You and I have spoken on the phone, but we've never met in person, have we?
Yeah, no, we have not.
All right. Well, I appreciate you being here today. You've been to the Richmond's home several times to look at the windows, right?
Yes, sir.
I think you just said a dozen or so. Is
Probably.
that correct?
Pretty close.
All right. More to the point, you've been to the Richmond's home to look at problems with the windows, correct?
Well, and just to, check on them as them being my customer,
All right. Well, you went a dozen times to just check on them?
approximately.
All right. You went there to look at the windows because they were having problems with the windows, right?
That's probably half of those visits.
Okay. And many of the windows were difficult to open, were they not?
Correct.
You saw that the windows were not lined up correctly. They were crooked.
Some.
All right. And as part of your visit, you were trying to put the windows back in some type of workable state, were you not?
On a few.
All right. And Mr. Patterson was present at the Richmond's home on some of your visits, was he not?
A few.
All right. And you recall on one scheduled visit, Mr. Patterson was supposed to be there, but he left before you arrived. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. And during at least one of your visits to the look at the windows, you told the Richmonds that the windows had been improperly installed, did you not?
The balances.
All right. Well, the balances is a key part of the window, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, it makes the window operable and lets it go up and down, correct?
Correct.
With a malfunctioning balance, you're not going to open and close the window, right?
Well, you're not going to get a square window.
All right. And if windows need to be adjusted, that means the windows weren't installed properly, right?
Correct.
All right. And you don't contend there's any manufacturer's defect with any of the windows or sash pack kits that were sold to the Richmonds?
Correct.
Sierra Pacific does a thorough quality inspection before they send out their products, right?
Correct.
And Premium Window and Door, your company doesn't sell defective products to its customers, correct?
Correct.
So the problems are not with the windows, the problems are with the way the windows were installed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you went to the Richmond's home and Mark Cordell and Lisa Wagner were there, it's true, is it not, that you also told them the windows had been installed improperly?
Certain ones.
And when we spoke in June, you told me there were problems with the windows at Richmond's home, correct?
Correct.
You told me that the windows were not lined up correctly. Do you recall that?
Certain ones,
And you told me the windows were not squared up, did you not?
certain ones.
And when we spoke again last month, we talked about the windows that were not lined up correctly. And you told me, did you not, that if the problem is with the window opening being out of line, you're going to have to remove the window so that opening can be fixed. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And once the window opening is fixed, the window is removed, the opening is fixed, the window can be reinstalled. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And you understand, do you not, that removing and reinstalling a window will void the manufacturer's warranty?
Depending on the manufacturers, how they state it.
All right. Well, take a look at the warranty for Sierra Pacific. I gave you an exhibit book. And if you could take a look at exhibit 253. I don't think I'm right at 253. You'll see a number on the right-hand side.
Okay.
All right. And are you at exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
This has already been admitted into evidence. This is the limited warranty for Sierra Pacific for their window products. Would you mind taking a look at the second page of that warranty?
Okay.
On the bottom right-hand corner, do you see a heading entitled Limitations, Exclusions, and Details of Limited Warranty?
What letter would that be?
Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
Maybe this is the first page of the warranty.
Well, the first two are cover pages.
Right. There's a number at the bottom. Do you see that? It says 1382.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we are looking at the limitations, exclusions, and details of the limited warranty. And if you would you please take a look at letter B? And maybe the fourth line down, do you see a sentence that begins SPW?
Yeah.
Says SPW will not be liable for, and some or none of the above warranties will apply to or cover problems, claims, or liabilities, cost, expenses, damages, or losses, or other damage or defects caused by the following. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And number 1 under that says failure to follow directions, recommendations, maintenance and care instructions or guidelines set forth in SPW's care and maintenance guide, any SPA owner's manual for a residential product. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did I read
Yes.
that? Well, okay. Let's take a look at the next page if we could. And let's take a look at item number 6. Everybody's got their glasses on. Item number 6 of the exclusion says improper handling or installation of residential products, including failure to follow SPW's installation instructions and or failure to install in conformance with accepted construction practices or applicable business codes. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next number 7 says installation of the window or door in its opening in a manner which is not plumb, square, and true, and adequately shimmed on both sides. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And so both of those, they will have an impact on voiding the warranty, will they not?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Would you take a look at number 13 for me, please?
Okay.
This exclusion also says that it won't apply to products that have been altered or removed and reinstalled. Do you see that?
Yes,
So removing a window to fix the opening and then reinstalling the window will void the warranty, will it not?
that's what it says here.
Okay. And Mr. Shull, the Richmonds bought their new windows and sash pack kits from Premium Window and Door, did they not?
Correct,
And the Richmonds paid Premium Window and Door directly, correct?
correct.
And let's take a look at exhibit, 245, if you would. Do you recognize exhibit 245 as being the invoice for the windows?
Correct,
Your Honor, we've also had an agreement that this invoice is authentic and a business record of Premium Window and Door, and I move to admit 245.
No objection.
Admitted.
And what's the total amount of this invoice?
$26,464.97.
Well, look above that. That was after a payment had been applied, right?
Okay, well,
What was the total invoice amount?
total invoice amount was $53,453.97.
All right, and the Richmonds paid that.
Correct.
All right, let's take a look at exhibit 246. Do you recognize this invoice as being a door that the Richmonds bought from Premium Window and Door?
Correct,
That was the front door, right?
correct.
Okay, and what's the total? Well, Your Honor, again, we have an agreement as to the authenticity of the document and that it's a
objection.
business record.
All right, so you're tendering,
All right, Mr.
just for kind of clarifying, just the number you're tendering?
246.
All right, submitted.
All right, Mr. Shaw, what's the total amount of that door?
$5,549.51.
All right, and the Richmonds paid Premium Window and Door promptly on these invoices, did they not?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the warranty that comes with the Sierra Pacific windows is meaningful to the buyer, is it not?
Sure.
And it's part of what the buyer is paying for, right?
Okay.
And do you agree with that? Okay. And we just looked at the two invoices, one for the door, front door, and the other for the windows, Premium Window and Door. The price of that warranty is baked into the cost of the windows, is it not?
I would say yes.
All right, so the Richmonds were paying for the warranty, correct?
Correct.
And to get the warranty back, the Richmonds have to repurchase all new windows and sash pack kits, do they not?
Not necessarily.
Well, the incorrect installation voided the warranty, right?
Of the balances.
Well, of any window that was incorrectly installed.
Okay.
It voided the warranty, did it not?
As this specifies, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Shull, you aren't with Sierra Pacific, right?
No.
All right, you're with Premium Window and Door.
Correct.
And Premium Window and Door is a distributor of Sierra Pacific.
Correct.
And you have no ability to speak for Sierra Pacific beyond what you read in these warranty documents, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Mr. Shule, are you aware of the Richmonds making a warranty claim?
With Sierra Pacific,
Yes, sir.
not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware that Sierra Pacific has denied a warranty claim?
No.
Okay. Now, you said the warranty would be voided as to the balances for a repurchase and for a repair of the balances in the window.
Restate that, please.
Tell the jury your understanding of what the warranty covers in this case, that is, balances which need to be replaced.
Right. Well, the double hung windows are removable windows. They're not fixed in the frame. So they can tilt out and be adjusted, and the balances can be adjusted as houses move and settle. And I don't know exactly how they state their balances, as far as the warranty on the double hungs. But in my professional opinion, they can be adjusted. With new balances, the double hung windows can be adjusted and work perfectly correct.
So the windows we're talking about, as you said, are not are movable windows.
Correct.
So in the ordinary course of things, the windows are going to be moved.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And those were set in existing frames.
Now, your inspection of the windows, I believe you said there were 16 windows.
14
14?
double hungs.
And do you know how many of those 14 need corrective work with the balances?
I would say probably all 14.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Might use all my 24 minutes for a recross. Mr. Shaw, would you mind taking a look at Exhibit 250 for me? And before I ask you that, I wanted to ask you if you remember a time where the Richmonds presented you with a box of leftover parts they had collected after the installation of the windows.
I recall.
And I believe you told me the manufacturer doesn't send extra parts with their installations.
Typically not.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 250 if we could. And do you recognize this as the installation instructions for the double hung sash kit clad window from Sierra Pacific?
Yes.
All right, and let's take a look at the first, well, let me ask you this. Your Honor, we move to admit 250.
Objection.
Submitted.
Let's take a look at the next page after the front page. Do you see a notice provision in the top? Where it says notice?
On the first page.
On the first page, okay. Can we pull up
Yes,
that notice?
I see it.
Nicole? Can you read that notice for us, Mr. Shaw?
Installation requirements may vary in particular locations and in other types of construction. Proper installation is essential, and Sierra Pacific recommends consultation with an AAMA certified installer or other qualified registered building professional before installation of any Sierra Pacific product. Proper installation of the Sierra Pacific product is the responsibility of the installer. Sierra Pacific is not responsible for the design of, conditions in, or performance of the building construction beyond the parameters of the Sierra Pacific units, or for proper integration of the Sierra units and the weather barrier systems of the building.
Mr. Shull, thank you for doing that. Sierra Pacific does have installers that they certify, do they not?
I'm sure they do.
Okay, and here it references an AAMA certified installer. That's the American Architectural Manufacturing Association, is it not?
Yes.
And they have certified installers that can install Sierra Pacific windows, right?
Yes.
Okay, and would you take a look at the important notification section of this document? And read the first bullet point?
Please read the instructions in their entirety prior to beginning the installation process.
What else does it say?
Failure to follow these instructions will void the warranty. Please contact Sierra Pacific Windows for any clarification. Sierra Pacific is not responsible for site measurements or structural requirements for the installation of the Transcend double hung sash kit. As with any installation procedure, confirm with the manufacturer of such building materials as sealants, flashings, foam, and weather barriers that they are compatible with one another.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further. May Mr. Show be excused.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Any further evidence on the part of the plaintiff?
Call Mr. Patterson.
No, thank you, sir.
Raise your right hand. Swear according to the testimony of this case, you should be able to truth and other the truth to help. Let me see. I'll speak in favor. Mike, would you please state your name and spell it for the court?
William Randall Patterson, William, Randall Patterson.
Randall, would like to clarify a few things we've heard up until now. Testimony has been offered concerning the process of installation regarding the existing flooring, of how that is prepared, how that was to be prepared for this project. And reference has been made to sanding. What part of the board is sanded?
When you first install hardwood floors, whether it be patching, so they weave it into existing wood, or new wood goes down and fillers install, that's when the wood is actually sanded, the wood itself, so that all the wood boards wind up being level or flat, as Mr. Paul called it. Any process after that to refinish a floor, you don't sand the wood, you're removing the finish like you would on refinishing a piece of furniture. You remove the top coat of the finish, but you don't sand down into the wood. So you're just getting rid of the finish on the product.
So there's been testimony about a concern of sanding down the wood too deep,
Right.
put it that way. Is that possible in?
I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's not normal practice. Normal practice in refinishing a floor is just that you're redoing the finish.
So as far as the repairs are concerned, the sanding component can be done a third time without damaging the wood.
Yes, sir. As far as refinishing the floors, yes, sir.
All right. Now, we have seen a picture and heard some testimony about a spot of mold, I believe, on the garage wall.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that?
I did not see that when we went out with Mr. Rice. No, sir.
Okay. And that was last month.
Early September, yes, sir.
However, there has been a complaint about leaking or moisture on the first floor.
Yes, sir.
What's your understanding of the complaint about that?
There's a damaged spot in the keeping area, I guess you'd call it, of the kitchen. that's right above the area of the hardwood floors that Mr. Paul pointed out, where the cupping has taken place. Obviously from the, in my opinion, obviously from the leak that's been allowed to occur. That is only the point in the sheetrock ceiling is only about a foot away from that wall where the mold is, on the other side of the wall in the garage. So you've got a wall separating the garage from the kitchen. The leak in the ceiling is about a foot inside the house. The mold is on the outside, on the garage side. It's not an exterior wall. It's a wall between the kitchen and the garage. There's been some mention that in our construction of the closet above this area, that we somehow damaged the framing. We cut the rafters and so forth. First of all, we're never allowed to cut trusses. That just does not happen without consulting an engineer on how to repair it first. So that was not done. I also contend that we never touched the roof. We framed internally the closet above. It's also been noted, I think even by Mark, that he never saw any stains or damage in the room above, the closet above. So I laid it out on the plans. If you measure over in the kitchen where that spot is and go directly above it, you're in the ceiling of the closet. There's no stains, there's no water, there's no damage, period. So I'm having trouble understanding how water would come in where we worked, go around that room, and then drip into the kitchen below. So I think, as Mr. Rice pointed out, I think it's an issue with water above, on the roof somewhere, and we did not touch the roof. So the mold and the flooring issues both are caused by a leak, which I don't understand why it was just allowed to continue leaking. I understand no repairs wanted to be done so that everybody could see this. But why you would let water just drip on your hardwood floors I just don't understand. So.
The testimony has been without dispute that the painting has not been completed.
Correct.
Tell us why that is.
I had a painter that I've used for 20 plus years. The decorator that they hired also uses him consistently.
What's
I've
his
always,
name?
sir,
Name?
Francisco,
Okay.
C-A-S-I-Q-U-E.
Okay. And so
Casico.
he was the painter you'd used for a couple of decades.
Yes, sir.
And he was the painter on this job to begin with.
Correct.
What happened to Francisco?
Well, he came in and once we got moving along, we were trying to get him in probably a little bit ahead of ideal conditions, but we were trying to meet the schedule as best we could. So he came in, started caulking and priming and painting rooms that we had finished. And I guess they call it the dining room now, the room that was paneled, it's got the judge's paneling on it. That has also been mentioned. We pulled that off and put it back in correct. We never pulled that off the wall. That paneling stayed on the wall. We demoed the ceiling and we added additional paneling on the wall where the fireplace came out. But we never took the existing paneling off that wall. But he was given direction to make that paint ready and smooth and get it to go through the processes you needed to go from stained wood to painted wood. I've seen pictures of that house when it was first bought that shows that room, and you can see every nail head. I don't know if it's a function of the picture or I didn't see it at that point, or what exactly it was, but you can see every nail point. So he was given orders to correct all that so he could smooth and finish, and you wouldn't see that anymore. In addition to the exterior painting, he got out, he covered all the windows, pressure washed the house, did some sanding of loose pieces, and then was given orders the Richmonds wanted him to get the siding, other than the new siding we had put on, but all the original siding that's 50 years old and I have no idea how many coats of paint on it. He was supposed to get that smooth back to original siding. which was that's an impossible task. Just absolutely impossible.
Wanted the old siding down to the wood?
Yes, sir. The original house is wood siding. What we put on was hardy plank siding, which is cement siding. We did it per Mr. Richmond's approval because it's very similar. You can't really tell the difference. It has the same design. And he had mentioned that he was probably going to reside the rest of the house at some point anyway. So that's why he gave us permission to do that one side and make the repairs on the back. But to give a painter the instructions that he has to sand it down to original wood was just way beyond normal standards. So with all that added up, he was just beyond himself. He'd spent hours upon hours upon hours trying to get them to where they were satisfied. And he finally just gave up, and he has never pulled off a job. He sent me a text apologizing, but he said he just could not make the homeowners happy.
All right. So all of a sudden your painter's gone.
Yes, sir.
So what happened then about painting?
Well, the second best painter I had was his brother. So obviously he wasn't going to come on the job after talking with Francisco.
Jorge.
So I talked to the decorator, I talked to the Richmonds, I talked to the architect to see if they had another good qualified painter, and nobody had one that was even anywhere near available. Those guys are hard to schedule. So it finally came to the conclusion that the Richmonds would just handle it at a later date. So that's why it was left in the condition it was.
The Richmonds acknowledged the problem and said they would handle it later?
Yes, sir. They even said in a text to me that they didn't have a problem with Francisco leaving because they were unhappy with his work anyway. But I did notice when I went back to the house, after they had hired a painter to paint the outside of the house, that apparently he wasn't given the same requirements that Francisco was because the house was not sanded down to original wood.
Okay. Now, had Francisco done some work?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You'd paid him
Yes, sir.
and you'd billed the Richmonds?
I billed him. I asked him if he wanted a draw at one point in time while he was working. When I was about to submit an invoice, and he did. He said, if you could give me 10,000. So I invoiced Mr. Richmond 12,000, 10,000 plus my 20%. Mr. Richmond paid that, but had a concern about it. And then when Francisco left and all this came to a conclusion, I asked Francisco, I said, that was a draw. How much do I totally owe you? And he said he put in $22,000 worth of work. So I paid him the additional money out of my pocket.
So that's 22,000
Yes, sir.
that you paid for the painting.
Yes,
What
sir.
was the budget in the estimate for painting?
I don't remember that, honestly. It's in I'm sure it's in my estimate somewhere, but I did notice,
Well, was it more or less than 22,000?
it'd been more. And I think, the estimator, their estimator had something like 30,000 just to paint the inside.
All right. Okay. Now, you were asked about there's been testimony about a construction plan.
Yes, sir. A video was shown yesterday asking me if I knew what a construction plan was. Call it what
Is
you
that a
want.
term that you have
That's
used?
that's not what I use as a standard comment or label on that. I have a construction schedule. That's where I schedule out my subs, how much time they're going to need to be on the job and so forth. It's been noted that I never provided a plan throughout this process when asked for. I have an email to Mr. Richmond, Mr. and Ms. Richmond. On March 7th, at the end of the first week, we started to work, outlining with dates, demo, framing, the mechanicals, including the electrical, plumbing, heating and air, so forth. And then also asked them to start picking out shower fixtures that I would need, start picking out tile, set up an appointment with my countertop people to make that selection, get finalized drawings from the cabinet guys. So all that was noted early March when we started the project. I actually didn't get tile till middle of September. I mean, it's just, I did give them a layout of schedule and I updated them throughout the summer and so forth. And then we finally started meeting every Friday. So they knew the schedule as it up to date.
So you had at the beginning a schedule,
I had a construction schedule. If you want to call that a plan, that's fine, but that's not what I call it.
a multitude of emails and texts back and forth, plus weekly meetings.
On-site visits, yes. Sir. And then there were more often than not sometimes.
Any question in your mind that the Richmonds didn't know the general process that you were intending to
But
follow?
I think they knew what our plan was. Now, of course, during the process, we had change orders, we had things that came up unexpectedly, and I even mentioned, this will get us by the first couple of months. After that, we'll see where we really stand and then go from there.
And then the Richmonds had to do the selection of certain of the tiling.
Yes, sir,
and
that
other
was
things.
part of the
So
process.
you couldn't do anything in those issues until they made a selection and those materials were acquired.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there's been testimony about the moving the, I'll say, connection box for Georgia Power.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Yes, it was brought up that I knew that from day one, which is correct. I did know we were going to have to move that meter. But the process to move a meter, you just don't call Georgia Power and ask them to go move a meter for you. I have to do the demolition, have to do the framing, have to do the rough end electrical, rough end plumbing, rough end heat and air, and rough end and the insulation. All that has to be installed and approved by the city of Sandy Springs, which it all was. At that point, you contact Georgia Power. They send out an engineer to look at the project. I had to fill out paperwork. The Richmonds had to fill out paperwork as the homeowners, and Ms. Richmond had to call Georgia Power with their account number. They wouldn't take that from me. They had to get that from her. So that's how they got involved. And there was paperwork that they provided, filled out, and sent back to me. So I turned all of that into Georgia Power, and this is mid-August, before all this was done. It took Georgia Power, I think, roughly 6 weeks to get the engineers on board, because every time I would call to find out what was going on, well, that gentleman is no longer in that position. Let me turn it over to the other guy. So I just kept getting typical runaround. But we finally did get it done. So that's why it took such a long process. Yes, I knew in the beginning, but there was nothing I could do till we got to this stage.
And the Richmonds were aware of this, I hate to say delay, but time-consuming process.
I don't know that I told them what all that was going to entail, but I had told them that we can't move the meter till we get everything else done.
Okay.
But I didn't go step by step like I just described to you what we had to do.
So there was no unavoidable delay in getting the meter moved.
No, sir. I mean, there was no reason for us to delay it by any means. I couldn't frame the garage until I got that meter moved, because the meter kept me from putting in the 2 garage doors. It was in the way.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Patterson, you're not certified by the National Wood Flooring Association, are you?
No, sir.
Do you know what the National Wood Flooring Association is?
I know it exists, but that's all I know.
All right, and you have no idea whether they have guidelines or not?
No, sir.
And you're not familiar with any of the National Wood Flooring Association guidelines, correct?
I'd let my subcontractors keep up with that.
Your subcontractor is a flooring person, right?
Right.
You're not a flooring person, are you?
That's correct.
You've never had a flooring company, have you?
No, sir.
You've never worked as a flooring installer?
No, sir.
You've never worked as a sander and refinisher of floors,
No, sir.
have you? Okay.
I've just seen it done multiple times.
Well, and in this case, you directed Michael Kerouac on when to put the floors in, did you not?
I did.
And you directed him on when to do the sanding and refinishing, did you not?
Sure.
You told him you were behind and you had to get it done, right?
Yes, sir. And we delayed that date.
All right, but in terms of controlling when and how he did it, you were in charge of that, right?
Overall, yes, sir.
All right. And so we're talking about the leak on the first floor. Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Richmond about that standing in the corner of that room?
After they had moved in, yes, sir.
All right. And you denied that you had worked in that area of the house, right?
That we had done any damage to the roof in that area, I did deny that.
Well, Mr. Richmond showed you a picture of where you would open up the wall and the ceiling right above where that leak is, right?
Yeah, but we didn't touch the roof.
All right. You didn't repair the leak, did you?
No, sir, it has not been repaired.
All right. And you understand, do you not, that that area of the house had no leak when the Richmonds bought the home?
I understand it had no leak when we did that room either. It never showed a stain. That room was finished 4 months before they moved in, and it never showed a stain or anything. So what
So-
happened after the fact we moved in, I have no idea.
But before they moved in, you had worked on the house for nearly a year, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Never
And-
noticed a leak.
Pardon me?
We never had a leak in that area.
All right. And not long after after the Richmonds moved in, after you'd worked on the house for a year, a leak appears, right?
But at least 4 months after we worked on that room. But
Okay.
we never touched the roof.
Okay. So you talked about the painter.
Yes, sir.
It's true, is it not, that the painter told you that this was too big of a project for his crew, correct?
It was turning into more than he had imagined.
He
Because
didn't
of
have
their-
the people to handle it, right?
Because of the, no, sir, he never told me that.
It was a big job, was it
Oh, it was a
not?
big job. Yes, sir.
And a bigger job than most of your jobs you give him, correct?
No, already been
And
over that.
you sent him in to paint the house, I think you just told us, before it should have been done, right?
Ideal. But
Okay.
I've done it many times before.
All right, and there was still a lot of work going on in the house when you sent that painter in, right?
There was work going on. Yes, sir.
All right, and that creates an opportunity to damage the painting job, does it not?
Not really, because I put him in rooms that we were already finished with.
And the reason you sent him in out of sequence is because you were scrambling to get this job done, correct?
I was trying to meet the desired date by the Richmonds. Yes,
The
sir.
date that you had promised him it would
I
be
never
finished,
promised a
right?
date. I never promised a date. You keep saying that, but I never promised a date.
No other questions, Your Honor.
No other questions?
Mr. Patterson, you can step down.
Thank you.
Any further evidence on the part of the plan?
No further evidence, Your Honor. We rest again.
Anything further expected in the way of evidence on the part of the defense?
Can I have a moment to speak to my client? No, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, the evidence is now closed in this case, and I expect we'll begin closing arguments this afternoon. There are a number of things that we have to take up outside your presence that will take some time. So we have to talk about all the law that applies and what is not applicable here. That takes a little bit of doing. So the lunch break is going to be a bit longer than usual, but we are on track. And I think it's possible that we would begin deliberations today. And where you go from there is we're on your schedule, whether it's 2 minutes, 2 hours, or 2 days. We wait direction from you. So with that, I would ask that you report back at 1 o'clock. It's possible we'll start right then, but we will be working in here, rest assured, if we don't start right at 1. So we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Until then, thank you. All right, before we move into the charge conference, Mr. Pai had already preserved and argued a motion for directive verdict that I deferred a ruling on. Were there any further motions on your part, Mr. Pai?
Only to renew the same motion.
All right.
Procedure at that time.
And I mean, frankly, at this point, I think just even setting aside Mr. Patterson's first testimony, what he had said just now is that he did direct the flooring subcontractor of when to start the installation of the floors, and that could be something that, whether the jury accepts that as being negligent or not, and whether the flooring is damaged, that would be evidence of construing all inferences in the favor of a non-movement of specific direction where he's involved in the installation of the floors. And so as long as there's just that one aspect, at least, of negligent construction alleged, and there is some evidence viewed most in light of the non-movement that he specifically directed an aspect of it, I think that would be sufficient to defeat a directed verdict motion in my mind, to leave it as a jury question based on the case law we've examined. So I think at this point, I'd say that under the standard of a directed verdict, that I would be denying that at this time. But it is certainly preserved for the record. Mr. Sherman, you also said that you had some motions that you wanted to make.
I do. I have a motion for directed verdict, Your Honor.
All right, the floor is yours.
My motion for directed verdict is on count one of BMC Construction's claim for breach of contract. And Your Honor, on a breach of contract claim, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff to show both the breach and the damage with sufficient evidence to enable a jury to calculate the amount of damages with reasonable certainty. And essential to a breach of contract claim is that the claiming party has to prove the existence of a contract, and they have the burden of proving the contract's existence and its terms. The well-versed law is that a contract requires the meeting of the minds on the same subject matter at the same time and in the same sense. An enforceable contract does not exist until all the terms are complete, definite, and certain. An enforceable contract will not exist if there is any material term that has not yet been agreed to. And if a contract fails to establish an essential term, leaving that term to be decided later or just not at all, the contract is deemed an unenforceable contract, an agreement to agree. So a material term is defined as a contractual provision dealing with a significant issue, such as payment, price, quantity, quality, duration, or the work to be done. And the material term definition, I use this from Black's because I've never found one in Georgia. And essential is not in Black's, but it's in Webster's, and essential says indispensable condition, thing, necessary, important in the highest degree, and significant. And Georgia law determines whether a term is essential based on the facts of each case. Any particular contract provision, can be essential. And here, Your Honor, we say there's a lack of agreement on material terms that are necessary for a valid and enforceable construction contract. There's nothing in here about warranty work. There's nothing in here about change orders. There was never any agreement about a start date, a completion date. There's nothing in the agreement that gives inspection rights. There's nothing in the agreement that deals with how we handle construction problems. That would have been helpful in a situation like this. All these terms, Your Honor, are terms that are necessary and essential to a valid construction contract. The estimate that was provided, they claim it's a contract. Mr. Patterson testified there was no contract. They've talked about payment terms, which are you pay me for the materials and the labor, and you add 20% to that. But there's not even a definition of what actually it says cost plus. There's no definition of what costs are. So, Your Honor, for those reasons, we say that the plaintiff has failed to meet their burden of proving that there is a valid and existing contract, and we move for directed verdict on that claim. There is another motion for directed verdict. It applies to me as well as it does to the plaintiff, and that's the Prompt Payment Act. I think both sides have made a claim under Georgia's Prompt Payment Act for attorney's fees. It's in the pretrial order, I know. And Your Honor, the Prompt Payment Act specifically states that it doesn't apply to real property intended for a residential purpose, which has 12 or fewer units. So if it's a residential apartment, for example, with more than 12 units, the Prompt Payment Act applies. It just doesn't apply to a single family dwelling. And that is found in OCGA section 131110. So 131110. So we say, Your Honor, that it applies to us as well as it does to them. I think the only provision to go forward on is a motion for, or 13611 claim for attorney's fees.
Well, this 13-11-10 is decided as a matter of law, is it not?
Well, I haven't double checked that recently, Your Honor. I just know it doesn't apply to, I know it doesn't apply to a single family dwelling.
I guess the point I'm getting at is that the only thing the jury's here to decide is 13-611. And essentially your 13-11-10 claims, dueling, really don't have anything for us to decide today or to have in the charge or on the jury form regardless. Would you say that's accurate?
Well, that's fine too. I mean, I don't, if it's not on the jury form, that's fine too. I don't think it applies either now or later, but
Right.
you know,
Okay.
we just don't think it should be on this form. We don't think they should be charged on it.
Okay. Anything else?
And that would count for BMC's claim, I believe. And nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pye, anything that you want to address there?
Testimony of Mr. Randall is that he agreed to the estimate. It's the basis of the agreement between the parties. He agreed that there would be modifications, which were made and agreed to. There is a reasonableness implied in all contracts. So without a beginning or starting date, the law would assume a reasonable date. Most importantly, I think, is the fact that for 6 months, there was a performance of the agreement. That is, the estimate, as was modified from time to time, as was billed for, and as was paid. And so we believe that we have this just parenthetically, but I was thinking the other day, I've been a homeowner for 50 years or more. I've had various repairs, remodels, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think I've ever signed a contract. I've gotten an estimate, which I have approved. The work's been done and I've paid for it. That's what happened here. That's a contract.
All right, well, on that point, and we'll get back to the attorney's fees in just a second here. I tend to agree with the broader statement there, which is that the material or essential forms of any contract are driven by the intent of the parties, by the facts and circumstances of the case, and intent is uniquely the province of the jury as a fact-finding exercise. I'm not aware of any case law that says all, construction contracts should have certain elements. They should, as a matter of course, everyone should have a warranty in it. Everyone should address change orders or inspection rights or even timing. Certainly, if they'd had all those things, maybe we wouldn't be here today. But construing all inferences in favor of the non-moving, I don't think that calls for a directed verdict here, and it's for the jury to determine just exactly what was essential, what the agreement was oral in nature, or if there even was one at all. I don't think as a matter of law I can decide that based on the evidence that's been presented. So I would deny the motion for directed verdict there. And then turning to the issue of attorney's fees under 13-11-8, Mr. Pye, do you have any position there? Essentially, Mr. Sherman is saying that you both invoked this statute, but that doesn't actually really apply here. And then the only attorney's fees, if they're going to be awarded at all, are going to come through 13-611.
I don't object to that. I had intended that to be the issue to be decided.
All right. Then we'll just say as a matter of law, 1311-8 is out of the case. And when it comes to attorney's fees, all we're dealing with is 13-611. Any further motions then before we would move on to the charge conference? All right, seeing none. Here we go. I have provided the parties by email, and I think we've printed a copy as well for you of a proposed verdict form and a 19-page consolidated charge packet. This would have my initial notes and additions and impressions for discussion here. And the ultimate goal would be, after hearing argument, is to consolidate all of this together, to take away all the headings, take out everything that's in or out, and the jury will be getting a copy of the final packet and have that along with the evidence and verdict form during their deliberations. So just so that we have this as a matter of the record, I'll be marking a copy of this rough draft form. The 19-page one is Court's Exhibit 1, and I'll tender that for the record. And that's what we will be getting into shortly. I want to just go ahead and start, since it might be more straightforward, with the verdict form. I think that might present fewer issues. We've divided it out. I've added the issue of actual damages versus nominal damages, since that is something I think that needs to be distinguished on the verdict form. I've got it divided out in the claims where there could be a separate finding as to the plaintiff or counter plaintiff, and made it explicit that, just when they should even need to reach the issue of attorney's fees. So after reviewing the verdict form, is there any input or changes requested on that?
None for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I have just a minute?
Sure. I still need to mark it. That's the verdict form. Oh. That's a different one. This is what I'm marking. If you've got a sticker, that'd be great though. Okay. Thank you. I need to write Court's Exhibit on here. Okay. Is this the same as, was this the one with the quotes, or is this the same one you already printed out? Was there like a third version that you changed? Or was that the same one?
So are you talking about the two that I just gave you? These are the one's just, the one that I just gave you.
Thanks. Yeah, that's yours.
Your Honor, I had one request that we touched on yesterday, was that the verdict form included a fill in the blank for the jury to show where what they decided the material terms of the contract were. And I think I mentioned to the court, I dealt with this issue similarly in another case. I have a Georgia Court of Appeals opinion that has a jury charge where it asks the jury to find what the terms of the contract are. And I think that's what I was basing my authority on. That case for the court to reference is Loufman, spelled Loughman versus Shine, Shine. It's at 129 Georgia Appeals 600. It's a 1973 case. And there the charge was, members of the jury, the question which you must decide is this: was there a contract between the parties? If so, what were the terms of it? And if it was a contract, is there anything due the plaintiff by defendant under the evidence? And the reason I always, in these cases where we're fighting over whether the existence of a contract occurred, is because without the jury telling us what they think the contract was, we have no way of evaluating that either through a post-trial motion or any other proceeding. In other words, we just can't tell what they decided the contract was. And they may have decided something that's not a contract, or something that's not in evidence, or something that's contrary to the evidence. So to me, it's more of the nature of a special interrogatory. So we would ask that that be included in this jury form.
I would say because the terms of this contract could be dozens, could be hundreds of terms, I would say if there's a specific provision that you think is key to the case, I'd be willing to consider that as a special finding. Perhaps it was a material term, the date of completion was X, or that the parties agreed to a date of completion, but to just have it completely open-ended, I wouldn't be inclined to go there.
Well, I can review my list of what I think the material terms ought to be, and we could say, was there an agreement on those?
Be open to that.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Pye, do you have any opinion or position on that?
We think it's unnecessary and frankly confusing to get 12 people to agree on 100.
I'm with you there right now. I'm wondering if
Correction,
there's one or two big ones that I think have been really the source of many of the legal arguments here. And if it focused on one or two of those, then perhaps. But for now, wouldn't be, as I mentioned, just having them essentially rewrite what was an oral contract and put it now in writing, making them do the work that y'all didn't. So we'll table that. We'll come back to we'll turn now to the charge. So for this, rather than go line by line by line, I'll just start describing what I have here. And at any point, if either party want to jump in and be heard, then feel free to do so. Just interrupt me. But since some of these are just pattern charges, I'll just fly through them and note the page number, and if there's any clarifications or anything like that. But unless I hear anything, I'm just going to say that this is how it'll read. So we start off on page 1 with general description under pleadings, the pattern charge. We've broken it down by the claims. I'll note that I was not planning to give them the pleadings. I was just going to give them this charge, the verdict form, and the exhibits. So I've taken that out of the pattern charge on pleadings. From there, moving on from page 1 and into 2, we have the pattern charges on burdens of proof and evidence. We've tailored that to note that there are counterclaims here that apply that same burden of proof.
Judge, I was just checking that burden of proof to make sure that we had dealt with that case that came out a few years ago that modified it somewhat. I think the pattern instructions have modified it based on that.
Take your time. That's not one that immediately comes to mind, so you have to refresh me on that.
Yeah, there was a 2023 case, White versus Stanley. It's at 369 Georgia Appeals 330. And our request on the pattern was burden of proof at page 3 as modified by White versus Stanley, I think.
Is that the one that dealt with preponderance, essentially said the preponderance charge was wrong? Okay.
That's it. I think it's 00.040.
Right. No, I know the pattern has been updated since that particular case. And so what we have here should track the pattern on that now. I'll double check it though. Here's one to add. More than one claim is involved, consideration groups. Some more patterns, whatever, I think. No, we're at the very beginning at 20.
It's there.
It's in there. It's on the first page.
Yes.
Oh,
The last one.
there it is. Perfect. Just confirmed that the pattern charge in 02.020 has been updated to account for White versus Stanley. And our proposal here tracks the language of it. So at the bottom of page 2, we have a request on direct or circumstantial evidence using the pattern charge. There are alternatives here. And I would say I'd use the first point of it since I didn't really hear or unless, I mean, this is your request, Mr. Sherman. So do you have any? We're on evidence, direct or circumstantial, bottom of page 2. There's an alternative. There's first section and then a second section. So we have a choice to make between those two. Really just alternative phrasings.
I'm fine with the pattern.
Well, this is the pattern. The pattern gives you two choices. So you want choice A or choice B within that.
I'm fine with A.
All right, so we'll go unless Mr. Pai wants to be heard. We'd go with the first section of that, and we'll eliminate the alternative. On the remainder of page 3, I didn't give any limiting instructions or any conditional admissibility, so I have that struck. I also have the expert witnesses pattern giving the first section of that, not the 11th Circuit substitute. Credibility of witnesses is the pattern, which I would give as written here. Page 4.
May I
Yes, sir.
interrupt just for a second?
No, I'm encouraging you to interrupt because otherwise I'm just going to keep moving forward.
Before I forget, I know some of the jurors have walked past us in the halls and things. Will you remind them again what you told them at the beginning of the case, that if we don't speak to them, we're not being rude, that, that's just what the rules require?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on page 4 now, still just dealing more with our general evidence pattern charges. I've got impeachment, prior statements, failure to produce evidence, which was a defense request. Is that still applicable here? I haven't really heard reference of a specific item that the other party has failed to produce, Mr. Sherman.
Well, we've not seen the construction plan that Mr. Patterson referred to just a moment ago.
But that's not something that you're saying was ever in existence. So that wouldn't be evidence that they've failed to produce because it never existed to begin with, right? This I see more along the lines of a kind of a,
Talking about 2.160.
that's right.
Architectural drawings do exist.
Mhm.
Sure, but as I read that charge, it's not, you're pointing out to things that I guess you're saying were, this is more of along the lines of spoliation. Okay. So I'll take out that request. All right, so that one comes out and then we move into contracts. And a lot of non-pattern requests for us to work through here. So I try to plug in and stick with the pattern to begin with, but there is some language. Those pattern charges have not been updated in some time. And so a lot of times I think defense was drawing on phrases from the case law that may frankly be more approachable than our pattern, and we'll just take those one by one. So the first non-pattern is non-pattern 3 on page 4. An enforceable contract does not exist if its terms are incomplete, vague, indefinite, or uncertain. That sentence, I believe, is a correct statement of the law. I'd be inclined to give it. And I think that would segue into, we have the pattern charge on consideration at the bottom of page 4. And then we get into the issue of the terms or agreements. So we have non-pattern request 4. Which again, as I saw it, is covering the principles of the pattern charge, but frankly kind of expounds upon it a little more in a way that I think the case law has. And so I saw the following one, defendant's non-pattern 5, as really just being duplicative. So I was, where I was to give non-pattern request 4, and then we can decide whether to combine that with the pattern or to strike the pattern altogether. I mean, reading those back and forth, I would say that the non-pattern request 4, to me, I think is, while it's not quoting the statute like the pattern charge, again, I think it adds more to me. And so I would say right now where I am is to strike the non-pattern and give non-pattern request 4, unless anyone wants to be heard. And then actually, I think the more appropriate place for your non-pattern request 3 about the terms being incomplete, vague, indefinite, or uncertain, I think that should follow your non-pattern request 4, because that's where we're talking about terms and essential terms and that sort of thing. So that would take me down to non-pattern request 6, where, as you had alluded to, trying to figure out and define what is an essential term. I looked at the sources, trying to focus on what we have in our Georgia appellate opinions that you cited, and there wasn't a heck of a lot there. So I would, and as a preview of what's to come, I know you've cited a lot of federal law and other things like that. That's just likely not going to be something that I'm going to feel comfortable putting in there unless we've had, a Georgia case endorse it. So
Judge, I'm fine with the way you structure non-pattern 6.
I mean, I've got the final sentence in there, which is that it's up to the parties. That's actually not a quote from Georgia law. That's Judge Duffy interpreting Georgia law, but that seemed to be an accurate essence of Georgia law without getting into too much detail. So open to input, but I would just leave it at that it's up to the parties and what you thought their intent to be and what the facts were, and that's what there is to it. So not hearing anything else, then I would move on to the rest, move on to page 6. where we're talking about subsequent communications and counteroffers. Is that something that you're still requesting? Okay, we'll withdraw non-pattern 7. We've got the pattern charge on good faith, which I would give as written. We've got a non-pattern 9, where we talk about essentially getting into what is a breach and what happens when the other party breaches. To me, it was an accurate statement of law. I just had a little tailoring, which is I was just going to take out the phrase under Georgia law and go from there. So I would be inclined to give non-pattern request 9 as written here with that modification, which then would take us to page 7, where we've got plaintiff's 3 non-pattern requests talking about non-performance of the other and what happens and frustration of performance. And those are all dealing, I think, with the same principle that is stated in OCGA 13-4-23. So I've got that written in italics here under plaintiff's non-pattern request 1. And then that part in the brackets is not coming or quoting that statute. That's coming from Larkin's contract books, which I'm heavily relying on for these cases. And so the inclination I had here was to consolidate plaintiff's non-pattern requests 1, 2, and 3, and quote the statute and that bracket to cover those principles.
It's agreeable, Your Honor.
All right, then that's what we'll do. So it's going to be the statute and the bracket, which would cover those principles. So we move on to contract damages. We have the pattern charge. And then we've got defendant's non-pattern request 2. And I was hesitant to give this one because I think it's getting at what we would refer to as expectation damages, which may or may not be the appropriate measure of damages. I would hesitate to say that that is always the measure of damages in every breach of contract case, which is how this phrased. And so I was more inclined to say, here's our pattern on contract damages, which essentially says it's got to be compensating for the injury. It's what the parties contemplated, just some of those other principles rather than honing in on expectation damages. Because that isn't actually what you're asking for. You're asking for the cost of repair. It's a complicated issue, but yeah.
The expectation being that the house was going to be completed in the way it was supposed to be, but I'm fine with the pattern charge, Judge.
All right. Because I mean, just the nature of these charges and where we are, there's a lot of hair splitting going on, but I think we've got to go through that exercise. So I'll strike that defense non-pattern request number 2, bottom of page 7, taking us to page 8. This is one for nominal damages. This is one I've got tailored based on a recent Supreme Court opinion. And I think this is now actually a pattern charge. We just voted on it at the last conference. I'm not sure if it's made it into the book yet or not, but that's the pattern, the sentence in italics, essentially saying nominal damages are trivial. That's the important part. And that's what I would plan to give based on the Walmart case. We move on to charges based on attorney's fees. We've got the pattern charge. I struck out some language we've used in other cases where people were arguing about intertwined claims, or if one claim fails and the others don't, should the jury have to sit there and allocate? I can give that charge if you think you're going to be arguing that during closings or you think that's an issue here. Otherwise, the plan would just be to give the pattern generally. And I also have a non-pattern here that I've taken from the case law about what is bad faith and what is stubborn litigiousness, because for whatever reason, we don't have that covered by a pattern charge. So if any input on those two, feel free to speak up. Otherwise, I would give it as indicated here on page 8. I turn to page 9 and 11, where we really get into the weeds on attorney's fees. And these are all great statements and helpful that just, they're not in Georgia law. And so I wouldn't be inclined to give them and just leave it to the jury's conscience of what is reasonable. Hopefully the appellate courts can give us something that detailed one day to assist us, but that day hasn't yet come. All right. So I move on to page 10, where we get into some pattern charges on remote or consequential damages. We've got a pattern charge where it says they should be computed exactly. We've got a non-pattern charge which says it should be computed with a reasonable degree of certainty. I actually don't really have a strong preference between the two. I think the non-pattern request one here might be better phrased. So I think they're essentially saying the same thing, which is you have to prove damages and they have to be calculable. So I suppose I'd be planning to give the non-pattern request one with that slight modification as noted, and I'll just strike out the pattern charge. From there, we've got pattern charges on contract damages, and then we get into quantum merit. We've got a non-pattern request 26 on page 11. And the non-pattern request does appear to be an accurate statement of the cases that are cited. And so I would be willing to give them a little more guidance on how you calculate damages in a quantum merit claim. Let me ask this. This may be overcomplicating things, but here goes, which is that quantum merit is an alternative claim to breach of contract. Do we need something more specifically showing that or indicating that on the verdict form, which is you either find one or the other? Essentially a direction saying, if you already found on question 1 breach of contract, you can skip question 2 quantum merit because it's really one or the other.
I think that would be correct, Your Honor. If there is a contract, quantum merit doesn't apply.
Or is there a factual scenario that you're going to be arguing that there's both here? Some parts of this were a contract, others were quantum merit, and they just got to figure all that out themselves.
Not on their side. I mean, I think that's the plaintiff's, right?
I leave it to y'all.
Yes, they could find both. Couldn't find the same thing for both.
True.
Could find both.
That both are at play, that there was a contract and there's some damages there, but there's also this other part over here that should be quantum merit. And so is there a
There's no contract.
I guess the point being is it's similar with the unjust enrichment claim that's under the defendant's counterclaims. Whatever this verdict is, if either on the plaintiff's side or the defense counterclaims, if they find for both and award damages for both, is there going to be an open question of whether parties should have to elect between the two, or is there going to be just add them up? And I think we would want to get ahead of that and try to at least get some understanding of how we can, because this can affect either side. So,
Your Honor, you're right, and I've been struggling with this in the verdict form, and I think I mentioned yesterday, I had some thoughts about it, which is, it puts us in the position, yes, I mean, you can sue, for example, for contract and fraud, and you're gonna have to elect, you only get one recovery. So what do you do on a verdict form? And do you let the jury decide both and then afterwards one party elects?
We've done it that way.
Yeah.
On a contract fraud case. But then there's also some case law that says you can have both at the same time if the actions are a little different. So it's just going to be a messy thing to work out post verdict, or if there's some kind of agreement of the parties, we can try to get ahead of it. I don't know if that's something you want to include here explicitly in the instructions, or if by way of agreement, we know that after the fact, if this is what the verdict looks like, this was what the final judgment would reflect.
For example, we have set off and recoupment, and you
Right.
know, on top of what the damages we're seeking for negligent construction. So, you know, it seems to me that I'd be inclined to take out set off and recoupment, and then with an agreement that if we both get judgments for differing amounts, they're going to basically be set off against each other anyway. So I just don't, if we can acknowledge that on the front end, I don't know that I'm trying to simplify it for the jury. I think if we acknowledge that on the front end and we can take that out, that'll make it easier for them. Does that make sense?
It certainly does. You know, that's where all the alternative claims just, you know, you got to wonder if they actually do bring something to the table under the arguments you're going to be making. But I leave that to y'all.
And if we agree to that, I'd even take out my unjust enrichment and just leave it as contract negligent construction.
The agreement being,
Really being that if we, on set off and recoupment, that if a value is awarded, for example, on my side, that's less than what the plaintiff is awarded, then it offsets against their judgment. Does that make sense? I think it doesn't. Anyway.
so any money awarded on the counterclaims is going to take away from any money awarded on the plaintiff's claims. And it's not going to be a inconsistent verdict or a repugnant verdict. It's just going to be that both of y'all prevailed on a claim and then they automatically get adjusted as a result
Judgment.
in the final judgment. What do you think, Mr. Pye?
I think that's correct. I'm agreeable to that.
All right. So then at a minimum, what we're doing here is tailoring the verdict form and the first pattern instruction to remove unjust enrichment and set off and recoupment, leaving the defendant's counterclaims as negligent construction and breach of contract. And then the attorney's fees provision.
So it's much simpler to me, Judge.
Hey, I didn't file the complaint, so, you know.
Well, you know how it is. You file a complaint and then
I understood.
a year and a half later, here we are. So
And so, again, just so we're all on the same page, those two claims come off. And if there, whatever money awards are found on the breach of contract or quantum merit, or on the other hand, the negligent construction or breach of contract, those are all just going to automatically offset or subtract, level out, however you want to put it, in either direction on the final verdict form. Is that your understanding, Mr. Pye? Okay, and your understanding, Mr. Sherman?
I do, as long as we all agree, no one will argue, hey, they withdrew these claims or anything.
I would say that, well, I see what you're saying. In closing, that they would argue that they withdrew these claims. Right. Understood.
Your Honor, I have one request on the quantum merit, and I don't think I saw it in here, but there's a lot of case law out there that says that the value in quantum merit is value to the recipient. And I've got a case on that. In other words, the claimant must prove that the services they provided were valuable to the recipient, and it must show what the value of the benefit to the recipient is. And I can't remember if we had a pattern charge on that, but I would like that addressed if we can.
We've got the pattern charge on amount of recovery, which says it's based upon the reasonable value of the services rendered to the opposite party. Is that capturing what you're after?
this speaks a little bit more clearly, I think, in terms of saying that it's the value of the benefit to the recipient. So, and I've tried these quantum merit cases, and it's always been, well, what value did you bring to the recipient of your services? That's how it's measured. I think what I'm asking for is a little bit, is more detail, but I think it's a correct statement of law. And I can give a cite.
If you have a cite and a quote, let's start there.
267 Georgia Appeals, 264. It's Diegert, Diegert versus Cedar Brook Homes, Inc.
All right, the quote from that case is that, yeah, recovery is based on the reasonable value of the benefit to the recipient. Well, if there's no benefit to the recipient, nothing recovered.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Now, one of the cases that's cited under request, item request 26, Babb versus Potts, says that reasonable charges usually made for such services by members of the same profession or similar standing.
Okay, and I guess what I'm getting at here is your statement there, Mr. Sherman, is that, and in terms of unjust enrichment, is there really any question of the benefit that's been conveyed to to the BMC in your mind, because it's just a dollar amount?
But well, I'm talking about quantum merit, their claim for.
Excuse me,
quantum merit.
excuse me. All right, so the value to the homeowners of what was left behind, essentially, and the current status of the construction work that was done. That's, I guess, the argument you would be making for quantum
That's
merit.
exactly right. I
Okay.
mean, the cases say that if you don't provide evidence of the benefit to the recipient, as opposed to the cost incurred and the provision of the benefit, then the claimant can't recover. And I've got a case or two on that. I think that's a fair charge to make in this case, because we got so much evidence that it didn't have value to us.
Okay. I mean, I'll need to look at these cases to make sure this is not just a one-off case. It's been cited elsewhere and those sort of things. So I'll take that under advisement to add that to the quantum merit section.
Another site, I don't know that I have the full site of the case, but I know you can find it. It's Hollyfield, HOLLIFIELD. And I have a pinpoint 251 Georgia Appeals at 130, but I don't have the starting page.
134, apparently. 124. And I also note here, here's what I was looking for as a pattern charge we left out, which is we need 16.740, which says and distinguishes that when there's an express contract, that's what sets the terms and the value, and you don't get quantum merit, unless there are services that were not in the original contract, and then those can go along right inside it. So this is right on point. We just need this pattern charge added in to make that distinction between the two claims. I don't think we would need to add anything for the verdict. I don't think it's an either or. It can be both according to this pattern charge, and you can both refer to that. All right, so we've got a pin in that extra aspect of it, but with the rest of these on page 11 on quantum merit damages,
Yeah, I think what I'm talking about would dovetail with 16.750.
Right. That would be where we would put that, where it says they benefited the defendants and that they had a reasonable value. And probably from there, we'd say as measured from the recipient's, or excuse me, yeah, recipient's perspective or something along those lines. All right, then. If there's nothing else on that point, we'll move on to torts, where we talk about negligent construction. And what we first need to dig into here, we had a non-pattern request 10 to me that appeared to be an accurate statement of the law that homes in on negligent construction cases and the elements involved. So I would be willing to give that. But what I definitely wanted to talk about here was this negligence per se aspect and this warranty requirement under statute. And just to give you my initial reaction, I know it came out in the evidence that according to the law, there should have been a warranty, you should have had all these things. But what I have some reservations on is whether that is applicable to a negligence per se theory. So that particular statute I see has never been cited in anything ever before. And negligence per se to apply and to allow the jury to say, well, you know, that element is a check just based on the violation alone. It has to be something that the law is designed to address. And so pretty straightforward when we're talking about a traffic accident, but a violation of the uniform rule of the road. But this particular statute and ordinance simply says you have to have a warranty in your contracts. The warranty isn't what caused the negligent construction as alleged. The warranty is just creating complications for how this is supposed to get resolved. And so I'd like to hear your argument, if you have one, on why you think this is an appropriate statute to invoke negligence per se.
This is something that we struggle with a lot in our commercial cases, which is whether can a witness testify about the law? You know, we have that come up often, and there's not a lot of clarification in Georgia case law about it, or in Professor Milich's book about it. And, you know, my feeling and what I've read and the way I've kind of construed all these cases is that the judge provides the law. I mean, you provide the law. And so I've talked about the fact that there is no warranty. And I intend to talk about that in my closing. I just think somebody needs to tell the jury that that is a requirement. I can't have somebody stand up on the stand and say, OCGA section whatever says this.
Why would that, how does that, I guess if you can give me a preview, how is that relevant? Why does it matter in this case that we've all agreed there's no express written contract with all the terms? I know he's saying it's the cost sheet is kind of providing the outline there. But I think both parties agree there's nothing with a warranty in it. And so how does that help prove a negligent construction claim? Or is it just an issue of, let's say, impeachment value?
Or bad faith.
Okay. All right. And then what about how that would tie into negligence per se, though?
In my mind, it's a bad faith factor.
Okay. Is there any other statute or ordinance that you're contending invokes negligence per se?
Not for this trial.
All right, then I would remove that as a defense request at the bottom of page 11. And that would take us to the top of page 12. Where, excuse me, the negligence per se is on page 12. We've got your non-pattern requests talking about that there's a requirement for a warranty. All right, I see your point, and I think that the statute is clear. It is what it says, and to whatever issue it applies, we've got the other pattern charges to cover that. And so I think I could start out and tailor that in your non-pattern request 38 to say Georgia law requires that a licensed contractor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But since I've then covered the statute itself, I think I wouldn't give non-pattern request 39 to get into those kind of particulars. Since there really isn't, there's not an issue here that this is an all or nothing. I think it's agreed there just wasn't one. It's not a question of whether it was halfway covered or not. So essentially what I'm saying is I think 38 is an accurate statement of law that is that there's some evidence can relate to some of the issues involved in this case, whereas 39, I don't think we need that full level of detail. Anyone want to be heard on 38 or 39?
On that subject, that statute, we submit it simply doesn't apply. There's no claim for damages. What's the effect? You said bad faith.
Yeah.
You know, if they cussed on the job, is that bad faith?
Well,
The
I don't think
fact
we
that they
need-
have not, excuse me,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Let him
Tom.
finish.
The fact that they haven't, there's not a warranty or there's not this, that, or the other, it is respectfully irrelevant to the claims of breach of contract and negligent construction.
Do you disagree that, and I'm with you that I think a contractor I've signed with, we have not complied with the statute. But is there a disagreement that in fact this did apply, the statute did apply to this construction project? That there should have been a written warranty complying with 43-41.
It is a license. We prove that. I'll be frank, I was unaware of that.
Me too. So I think what I'm hearing from you is that it's relevant to the issues at hand. I think that you'd have an argument to make at closing that doesn't come close to proving bad faith. That that to say that this why this doesn't actually go anywhere near to doing that, but to say that there's no evidence or that it just foreclosed that argument entirely on the part of the defense, I think wouldn't be the standard here. So then if there's nothing else, then I would move on to, we've got I think pattern charges from here on out until we get down to, we had added a non-pattern on kind of trying to show distinguishing between breach of contract and a tort claim. So unless there's any objection to that, I would plan to give that non-pattern charge. We have a pattern charge on negligent construction, which I would give. And then we've got a couple of non-pattern charges on veil piercing and how an officer can be held liable, the subject that we discussed through the directed verdicts. And so I believe I've incorporated the language that was in all of the cases cited by the parties about it has to be someone who specifically directs it, who participates or cooperates, that the general rule is that just because you're the sole owner doesn't make you liable. Just because, you're the only one involved, there has to be the abuse of the corporate form, just kind of incorporating all of these principles. And I think those would then cover plaintiff's and defendant's non-request. Excuse me, plaintiff's non-request 4 and defendant's non-request 11 would then be covered by what's here. Any input there or any phrasing that you think should be included otherwise?
No, I'm looking at the veil piercing starting on the bottom of page 13. Which starts a corporation possesses legal existence separate and apart. I think that's obviously a correct statement. I don't think we need to get into the standards for piercing the corporate veil because that's not what we're claiming here. And I'm worried that that could confuse the jury if they think that we have to prove that that Mr. Patterson somehow abused the corporate form or intermingled or commingled assets or confused otherwise the separate identities of him and his company. That's on the top of page 14.
Okay, I think I'd be fine with taking that part out. The one sentence about sole ownership is not a factor, I think could follow the first sentence that we have on veil piercing and make that, I think adds some substance to that principle. And then we move directly into the cases that were cited yesterday. So the idea would be on the top of 14 that we strike where it says we're a party through the two bulleted A and Bs, and then combine the rest of that.
I know you read the cases on the construction issue and they're just a little bit different than the typical case involving a company in a non-construction case where you're trying to seek an officer personally liable. And there's not, I think I had it in a pattern charge. I've done it so long ago that when I went back and looked at it, you were right. It doesn't, quote's not there verbatim with what we put in there. It was kind of a summary of bits and pieces from other cases we've read, but there are cases out there that talk about, where a officer of a contractor, supervised or oversaw construction. That would create personal liability. So I don't know if there's a way to address that in here. I'd like to try.
If you've got, a case or a quote or something to provide me with, I mean, I can only do so much digging here.
Yeah, that's
in the midst of it
problem.
all.
Cases don't, they talk about it collectively with each case they go through and talk about, well, the officer did this, did that, didn't do this, didn't do that. And so you've got these long, let me see if I can find one real quick. All right, I would draw that. I mean, it would take, what do they say, 7 Philadelphia lawyers to figure out how to draft that.
I think this is just kind of our classic Court of Appeals situation where they haven't really quite synthesized all of their cases yet. And so no matter what we come up with, we're just going to be picking and choosing this case or that case. And these are the words that I saw popping up across the board.
Right, and I can argue within the confines of that charge what we're contending, so.
All right.
We'll just proceed with that.
Okay, then if there's nothing else, I'll move on to the bottom of page 14, non-pattern requests 12 and 14, where it's essentially exploring how subcontractors relate into this analysis of personal and corporate liability, and those appear to be accurate statements of the law that I would give. Pattern request 15, I don't think is applicable any longer because of negligence per se not being here, so I would strike defendant's non-pattern request 15. Are you still requesting defense non-pattern request 16 about ratification?
Judge, I don't think there's been any claim by BMC Construction that it would not be responsible for subcontractors, or am I missing that?
Nothing like that comes to mind.
That's not the case, and then we could take out 15 and 16 in my mind.
All right. Okay, then I'll take out 15 and 16. On page 15 and 16, we've got damages. And on non-pattern request 17, I would take out as a general rule and change are determined to can be determined. Because looking at this Thurman case, it appears like there are alternatives. You can go for the cost of repair, or you can go to the loss of value. They're not mutually exclusive. And I think since the defense is only focusing on the one, we can just point out that this is their theory. And that's what and so I would just strike 18. If your theory isn't to go forward on the diminution in value, then no point in just educating the jurors about it. So, and then there's also some duplicative language there. So 17, okay.
It's cost of repair.
Right. So 17 is just going to start with damages for defective construction, and then the R is can be. 18 is struck. Nominal damages repeats itself again in tort damages. I think I could rephrase that instead of just repeating myself again and just say, probably just strike what we have in italics since we would have already said that and just refer to nominal damages again. They already have the previous language about nominal damages being trivial. We've got the duty to lessen pattern charge here. Turning to page 17.
We don't have unjust
Right.
enrichment.
I think we would be striking everything on page 17 because defendants have withdrawn those claims, as well as non-pattern 25 and 23 on page 18. And then that takes us through the end where I just was highlighting that because we're providing them with a verdict form, I've generally not been doing the verdict in writing anymore. It's kind of redundant. I added in sympathy, tailored some of the electronic technology part, and then that took us through the end. Opening the floor to anything and everything we've addressed so far. The only thing I have for follow-up is this one additional language about damages and unjust enrichment. Mr. Pye, anything else on your end? Anything else, Mr. Sherman? All right, so we're going to work on correcting the verdict form, getting you another version of our consolidated charge here with the headings removed. And then how much of a lunch, break, obviously, and time to prepare for closings. Any requests of when we would bring the jury back in to begin closing arguments? Mr. Pye?
You're gonna edit the request before we break for lunch or when we come back?
I can do it while we're on the lunch break. I could email them to you while you're on lunch so you could look at them, and then I'll print off another copy and have it here waiting for you whenever you get back to the courtroom.
So we go to lunch now.
Right.
They,
Don't worry about the 1 o'clock. We don't have to stick to that. They can wait a little bit longer.
I understand. I'm just
So
thinking
you tell me how much time you need to prepare.
1:30.
1:30? Okay. Mr. Sherman?
1:30 would be great.
Okay, 1:30. I think we'll have those updated consolidated charges to you in 15, 20 minutes here. And we'll email them to you and print a copy as well. Do we need anything electronically we need to worry about? Is everyone good there?
We have what we need.
Okay. Also, something to think about, if we're starting closings at around 1:30, that means the jury is getting it, or at least I'm charging them around 3:30. I think they've got an hour just to kind of kick things off, which means we're also going to need to give them those exhibits. So I think there needs to be some discussion here of what exhibits go back and which don't. If there's agreement or if there's not agreement. So something for y'all to start working on. And if again we need to, I mean, obviously there can be some downtime after the charge before we give them those, but we'd just like to keep that and lessen that as much as we can. So just something to start go ahead and thinking about as well as if there's a particular exhibit you don't think goes back and to start compiling that stack of here it is, we're sending it back. So with that, we'll be off the record in recess until 1:30 when we'll reconvene. And Deputy Scott, if you could just give the jurors an update saying we'll be starting closings at 1:30. It sounds like some of them are already back there.
Oh, okay. Because I've done. This.
Those are the ones I put in order yesterday. I put those in order yesterday.
Okay,
Which one are you looking for?
just looking for a couple of letters.
Oh.
Search for it. And conference room. Get organized.
Going in the conference room?
Yeah.
Do you want to get something to eat and then we'll meet, go back up there and go over the stuff?
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna ask you to go get me something and bring it up.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Call him when I get down there and I'll be like that.
Agenda 01300. Probably find out in recess until 13:30.
Right. Here's what I'm gonna do. But
I said, I'll meet you back there.
it's just that she's about to lose. So, people out there, please, I'm just. Money for kids. She'll do that. So. It's great. I want, I thought, those are trying to do that. I'll be back. Okay.
I don't know all these exhibits, maybe can email you else? Okay. I don't know if I need the hard copies or not. In Fulton, do they electronically file transcripts? You need them file? I don't actually. Like I know certain counties, they don't have paper. I will consult with Nicole. Okay, she might know, well, she definitely knows more than I do. She's been with him a long time, that she's been here longer than us, so it's the whole time. Yeah, I'll be right back. Um, in terms of our incidents, this was the book that we're gonna give to Harry. Okay. And started with it. So I think once they're done with it, then we'll get. I saw it on the book and like 10 books like that. Oh, wow. We're taking it easy on this. Cause I've had a mediation with Mr. Sherman before. It was box after box after box. I had to take them. Yeah, I think we might start renting U-Hauls for important quarters at this point. But I think we'll have to consult with Jim, but we might be able to also send them to you electronically, depending on what the court will allow for. Okay, sure. Yeah. But at least our end, this fine with it. There. Just didn't have to. She's good to go. Yep. Oh, yeah, we were here. You know, I do feel like I was leaving it in the back. I would say probably. Yeah, front there's probably. Still in front of us and stuff. And then, I don't know how it's-
I just need somebody to sign those packages, somebody that works.
Somebody that works here?
Yes.
Nobody in here wants you right now.
Okay, all right.
Come in just a
I'm
minute.
sorry, the deputy or somebody over here should.
All right, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
I start closing on this.
I could just take it to court.
Anybody who said.
Well, I actually.
Okay. Well, I just,
Land seat, come to order.
Do you need one?
Yes. Thank you.
He left, so I don't, thank you. Down the hall, he was already down the hall.
Really?
I didn't.
We good? What did we get?
Oh, I can sure.
Well, this is a day for rejoicing. Is it getting a lot of sun and water in there?
Yeah, well, it's artificial. Oh, yeah, of course not.
All right, you ready? We are back on the record. All parties and council are present and should have received a revised consolidated copy of our anticipated charge of 8 pages in length. Just want to a few minor changes. We moved the section on relating to bad faith and attorney's fees to the very end of the charge rather than sandwiching it in the middle of contract damages. We did add a phrase on quantum merit damages based on the case law that we found. That can be found on the bottom of page 4. And that sentence reads, "The reasonable value of those services is determined from the perspective of the recipient." And that's the quote that we found in the case law. Otherwise, this should reflect what we discussed at the charge conference, and we have an updated verdict form as well. Does anyone need more time to review the consolidated charge or anything else before we would bring back and retrieve the jury? Mr. Pye?
5 minutes.
Sure. Anything else, Mr. Sherman, on your end?
Judge, one thing that we mentioned before we stepped out for lunch, and I completely forgot it till I walked down there in the hall. Is the court still open to asking the jury whether they found there was an agreement on certain terms? If I can give you a finite list of that.
If you would tell me exactly what is the term that you're wanting a special verdict request on, and then I can weigh and think through just how that's going to prevent complications in a post-judgment
Was there an
posture.
agreement on a completion date? Was there an agreement on the standards that are applicable to the construction being performed? Was there an agreement reached on warranty and warranty procedures? An agreement on change orders and an agreement on inspection rights?
And the way you would be phrasing that is if at any point at any time was an agreement reached between the parties on any of these issues?
Sure. I mean, did the parties reach an agreement at any time on these terms?
And even if, let's say we put in, it's just, I guess this is what I'm trying to think through. There's so many different things that we've explored, whether it's the framing, the floors, the water damage. There's behavioral health court next door, FYI. that even if you had a finding on one or those things, what does that actually preserve? Because let's say they find that there was no agreement on timing, how is that going to undermine or support whatever dollar figure they come to? Since again, they're also given just kind of wide discretion in settling on a dollar amount. I would be more open to your argument if we had some kind of like distinct, crucial legal issue that rose or fell on a particular element or something along those lines. But because we're just in this wide open field of damages, I just don't know what that brings to the table.
Right, I was trying to, we were talking about a solution to the alternative take-home test and just
Yeah.
leave a blank in there for them to fill out.
And my follow-up to that would be is what value does it even convey to have them make any of these findings?
Well, if they do, I mean, our position obviously is each one of those is a material term, and if they fail to reach an agreement on any one of those terms, then that would mean that there was no contract for them.
Your position is it's a material term, but by them finding it's not a material term, isn't that also a finding of fact they're allowed to make?
Well, I guess they would have to make a decision whether it was material or not. And then did they reach an agreement on that term?
Right. And so I guess what I'm getting at is all of these things. I'm trying to phrase this is that the way I'm trying to put this is that all of these things are just so much inside their province that I don't see it as being something that's really touchable on appeal. If you can point to me the issue that you think would be, if they say yes or no, is it really a question of law that they got wrong, or it's just that's their fact finding and we've put it in their hands?
Well, that gets back to the point I was making earlier, which is we think there ought to be something on the verdict form to show what they think the agreement was, because they may not, whatever they come up with may not be an agreement. I mean, they may say they agreed to X, well, that may not be an agreement under Georgia law, and I would have no way to challenge that. I suppose it's more of an issue of preserving my ability to challenge the verdict if I feel like they didn't come to a right decision on that there was a contract. And if I don't know what terms they believe the contract to be, then I'm out of luck.
Well, aren't we going to know whether they believed a contract was formed as to whether they say yes or no on the breach of contract claim?
Well, they may think they know.
Well, now we're getting into I think that's kind of the black box that we just keep closed.
Well, that's why I asked for the
Yeah.
take home test. But we were trying to come up with another solution to it.
And again, I'm open to it. If you could point to me, here's why this one term, if we could have a yes or no answer, that's going to really foreclose extensive post-judgment litigation on this one term because so much hinges on it. That is a red light, green light, yes or no situation, not a judgment call that the jury's allowed to make. And one's just kind of escaping me here of what would of what needs to be preserved other than just really wanting to know what they came up with.
Yeah, to me, one of the core issues, it would be if in any construction dispute like this, if there had been some agreement in place about how we handle construction disputes in terms of the ability to resolve those between the parties and have a warranty, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have had this lawsuit, most likely. It would have proceeded along that route. So to me, that, and on top of that, the law requires that. It requires that warranty procedure. So that's what I'm struggling with.
All right, I think on this issue, this would be my, I think this would be my approach here, just based on the nature of the claims, the way the evidence has been presented. We've got a charge that explains how a meeting of the minds is required, about how the terms that are essential have to be agreed to, and if not, here are the alternative claims. I think what I would do here is I would leave the verdict form as is, and if we get some kind of indication from the jury in the form of notes or jury questions that causes me to have some concern that they just aren't able to process some of these questions, some of these doubts, how these alternative theories mix together, then perhaps we can explore recharging them or making them really lay out to make sure that they are able to work through these things. But I think ultimately, contract law is dense, and we, the jury, will have to work through what we give them, and we have to presume they're able to do that without additional assistance or prodding from us until they show us otherwise. So I'd say re-raise the issue, Mr. Sherman, if you think the conduct of their deliberations compels it. But right now, I think that adds an additional layer of complication. That's why we have the charges, to have them work through it. Unless there's an incorrect statement of law that you think they are not following based on their conduct or the verdict that comes back to us, then I think I'll leave the charge in the verdict form as it is.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. And
Yeah.
just so we don't revisit the issue, I'll show my objection.
Absolutely. And so the objection, to the extent it's preserved, is to an open-ended filling in all agreed to essential terms, as well as findings on those specific things that you highlighted as well as an alternative. All right. Anything at this point, Mr. Pye? How are we doing? Okay. Was there anything else in the revised charge that you wanted to highlight for me or point out? Okay. Then if not, it sounds like we're ready to go. Deputy Scott? And I'm tendering as C2, the consolidated charge for the record. A copy of which will go back with the jury. While we wait here, any progress on exhibits and what goes out and what stays back?
The court reporter has the plaintiff's exhibits. I have no idea what the defendant have been using those notebooks. I don't know if they finished exhibits or gathered or not.
What exhibits of yours, Mr. Pye, would you say, are there any of yours that you would say do not go back?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I suppose we would start there. I don't know, Mr. Sherman, we can address this after closings if you'd like to, but if it takes
Why don't we do
a few
that?
minutes.
We do have a notebook of all our trial exhibits
That were admitted,
yes, we've
Okay.
assembled all the admitted exhibits.
and you believe all of them go back?
Yes, because the ones that we said were identified that would not go back, we didn't include.
Okay. If you could hand that to Mr. Pye to examine at some point, obviously not right now, he's got other things on his mind. But if y'all are both in agreement, that's fine by me. I've got nothing to weigh in on. It's just if there was any disagreement about what goes back, will I weigh in? So with that, might have scared him off. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are now ready to begin our closing arguments in this case. Before we begin, I'll remind you that whatever the attorneys say in closing arguments is not evidence. It's just their positions and highlighting what evidence they believe is important for your consideration. And we rely on you to recall what, in fact, the evidence was that came out during the trial. I'll also note that if any time you passed an attorney in the hallway or throughout the building and you felt like they were ignoring you, again, they weren't trying to be rude. That's just the instructions that they're not supposed to have any kind of reaction or rather interaction with you whatsoever. So the parties have agreed and to limit themselves to an hour each for their closing arguments, and the plaintiff is entitled to begin. So with that, Mr. Pye, whenever you are ready.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate your attention. This matter is obviously important to both parties, lawyers. As the judge has indicated, I have the first closing argument. Defendant's counsel will follow. And then because I'm the plaintiff and have the burden of proof, I have the final closing argument. That's just the procedure, the way it is. It's not meant to favor either side. We have brought our case, BMC Incorporated, has brought our case based on a breach of contract. We have an alternative theory, which is called quantum merit, for what they deserve. I'll talk about that later. But the first issue is whether there's a contract. You've heard a lot of questions from defendant's counsel to the witnesses about whether there was a written formal contract. We know, and it's undisputed, that the agreement began with an estimate prepared by BMC. He gathered that information from his subcontractor, put it all together in an estimate. Put up number 2, please. Okay. And it's not a formal water prepared. It's an estimate. It starts out as saying, thank you for allowing me to submit the estimate. And it goes down by each category based on his subcontract, what they're going to charge. Starts with demolition and then goes on down. And then at the very last page, it ends up saying that this is going to be a cost arrangement. And Mr. Richard forces an experienced business in understanding what it is. And then it's subject to modification because of change of plans of how they want the house built and based on increased cost of material. Now, counsel is going to argue to you that there really was no contract. There was no meeting of the minds. There was no formality. The various things that could have been included were left out. Well, I was thinking about that. I've been a homeowner for 50 years. And I've hired lots of folks to help me with my home since I'm incompetent. And I don't think I'd have signed a single written contract with people doing repairs or remodeling of my housing. It's been based on an estimate which is agreed upon. That's the way that my client, Randall Patterson, and his company of 40 years has operated. Not literally on a handshake basis, but more or less on a handshake basis. He prepares a written estimate. It's reviewed by the homeowner and agreed. And that's what happened here. The judge is going to charge you on various matters involving contracts. But he will, none of the instructions from the court will tell you that a contract, A, has in writing, because so many agreements are handshake agreements, or B, that anything particularly has to be included. What the court will charge you is a contract is an agreement between two or more parties for the doing or not doing of some specified thing. To constitute a lawful contract, there must be parties able to contract. We have BMC, we have Patterson. I've done that throughout this case, the Richards, excuse me, Brown. Goodness. To constitute a lawful contract, there must be parties able to contract, a consideration, that is, I'll do something of value and you do something of value. The agreement of the parties to the terms of the contract and a lawful subject matter. Certainly remodeling the house is a lawful subject matter. You will not be instructed that a contract has to have any formality, or frankly, even it has to be in writing. Although there are some contracts that have to be in writing, this isn't one. So you're going to hear a good deal from my brother about how this wasn't really a contract they entered into. This was just some sort of willy-nilly, y'all come to the house and work on it, and I may or may not pay you, and it may or may not have these provisions. Of course, that's just rubbish. I hate to say it because I'm a lawyer, but that's just lawyer talk. And none of you are lawyers, so you know better. That's why we have juries. Now, plaintiff's exhibit 3, Brittany, was a list. Now, I was careful to point out that this was a list of the modifications in the estimate. The modifications being brought about by the Richmond request or various other things. And I showed the list to Mr. Richmond, and he wasn't certain about it all, but he acknowledged that this list changes. Are we coming, Brittany?
Sorry.
What was a de facto?
Your Honor, that was not admitted into evidence.
It was admitted as a demonstrative.
Thank you, Judge. Pardon me, Tom.
Anyway, so what do we have here? We have this list of changes, which are not disputed. That was contemplated by the estimate, which was agreed to by the Richards. Then we have, and we don't need to look at them all, but we have a series of invoices sent by BMC to the Richards, and were paid from March of 22 until November of 22. Whatever that is, eight months, there are 7 or 8 invoices. So we not only have an agreement, we have performance of the agreement. BMC, they did the work, and the Richmond, we paid the invoices up until November of 2022. Now, I'm sure it hadn't escaped your notice. Unlike many agreements for home repairs or home remodeling, or other kinds of planning. The party who's gonna do the work, is gonna have to spend money to perform the work, frequently requests a deposit. Expect some of y'all have had that experience. BMC didn't even request a deposit. They took the man's word for it, that he would pay for the work that he was gonna do for them. And that worked for 8 months. And then Mr. Richmond and Mrs. Richmond decided to stop paying. And that's what this case is about. But the process started out with an invoice that listed the charges and a total. And you'll see those are plaintiff's exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7. But Mr. Richmond began to say, can you give me a breakdown of the invoice? And Randall said, sure. And so we have invoices 4BA, 5A, 6A, and pull up, tell you what, pull up 10A, please, Brittany. And these I'll say supplemental invoices. Had a copy of the invoice for that month. There it is. And then attached to it, that's 10A, attached to it, next page, please, receipts for invoices. And he breaks down every single receipt for materials and for his work, so that Mr. and Ms. Richmond can see it. He eventually actually produced copies of the receipts and copies of the billing statements from the sub. None of which drew any objection, but he was bending over backwards, doing all he could to be transparent, I think is the word of the day. And so those months, and then at the very bottom of that, keep scrolling and increase that last printing line. Extras included in above total, and second coat of paint, because they've contemplated the first coat of paint. Additional gas lines, which were necessary, and siding materials and so forth. And each of those invoices, and you'll have them out with you, have, first of all, the sort of plain vanilla invoice, and then attached to it are a breakdown by subcontractor materials. And then we come, of course, to the dispute. And we'll get to that later. But the bottom line is our last invoice, which was invoice number 14A. Shows, scroll up a little. Previous invoice, December 1, $58,000. Previous invoice, December 16, $71,000. And that totals up as of February 28, 2023, $176,690. Now, this is money paid out by BMC, Mr. Patterson's company, for materials and for paying his subcontractors. And then he's added his 20%, which was an acknowledged and agreed upon amount. So that is the amount that we are seeking, and I'll say at the beginning. We now come to a little question. Mr. Patterson, Mr. Richmond, excuse me. You think I know after all this time. Mr. Richmond claims that there are items that need to be corrected or completed. And Mr. Patterson has agreed. And you will have the communications between the parties out with you in the letters, emails, and so on, in which he has acknowledged there are items to be done in another setting that might be called punch list items. And he went down the list of horribles that the homeowners have come up with. And Randall estimated that the cost of doing that work would be $40,000. So if you think that our acknowledgement that there was work yet to be done, yet to be corrected, and there's been a lot of testimony about that, we could reduce the $176,000 by $40,000. Now, you may believe, well, wait a minute. BMC kept offering to do that work, and they were refused. They were fired off the job. At one point, they were given certain days of the week, certain hours of the day, and only one sub at a time could come. But eventually, they were fired off the job. And you may consider, with justification, well, if you wouldn't let us do the work, why should we then reduce what you're entitled to about work which we were not allowed to do? So that is the issue, an issue that you'll need to decide. I have deducted from $176,000, $40,000, which was a high estimate. Remember, Adam Schul, who testified earlier today, concerning the windows, which the Richmonds kept saying need to be replaced because they don't work. And he said, and they say Adam Schultz told us that, saw that. So that's why we had to bring Adam in. He said, no, I never told him that. The balances needed correction. And I believe he said that his estimate of that was $200 or $300 balance, 14 balances. So if that is the only deduction from the amount owed, then you wouldn't deduct 40,000. Deduct whatever that is, 6,000, 7,000. At any rate, figure I came with was 136,000 after deducting 40. And then this money was owed almost 2 years ago, in March of 23. And so I calculated interest at 7%. So the amount we will be seeking, should you believe that the amount we're entitled to should be reduced by the cost of repair, and I suggest you may not think that that's fair. But if you do, the amount of interest and principal would be $151,839. Now, the court will charge you that when parties have acted in bad faith or been stubbornly litigious, good legal word, or have caused unnecessary trouble and expense, the jury may award attorney's fees to the winning party, be paid by the losing party. You will recall that Randall begged the other party to either let's settle this, give me a figure, or we can go to arbitration. And Mr. Richmond said, oh, I've been in arbitration before in my business. It's expensive, blah, blah, blah. Or we can go to litigation. Well, in effect, the Richmonds chose litigation because we had no alternative. So we're seeking our attorney's fees. And my testimony was that my fees through a day or two ago were 52,000 and change. We have two more days, one more day of trial. It's another $2,800. And then we had 20 expenses of litigation, all of which makes our claim for attorney's fees, expenses of litigation, $55,479.60. Plus, we are asking for Mr. Rice's fees that we had to pay him as an expert witness to come in and defend us from the counterclaim and everything. That was 24,000. So the amount we are seeking for attorney's fees and expenses of litigation is $79,479.60. Now, as I told you, there is another legal theory that we are pursuing if necessary. If you should somehow conclude that there was no contract, that we have a written document, that we have performance by BMC, and we have performance payment of $400,000 to that contract by the Richmonds. But if you come to the conclusion as the defendant wants you to, there wasn't really a contract. They just were, I don't know what they would, how he would describe the relationship if it wasn't a contract. But the law doesn't stop with a contract. There's a concept referred to as quantum meruit. And the court's going to charge you on that. And the court will charge you quantum meruit, meaning as much as a person deserves, is an action for work and labor founded on an implied promise on the part of the defendant to pay the plaintiff as much as is reasonably deserved for labor performed. It refers to obligations imposed by law without regard to the intention or assent of the parties dictated by reason and justice. In other words, if somehow or another the parties get into a relationship where one performs services to the other, which are benefit to the other, but somehow or another there's a contract, the law says party performing those services and benefits is entitled to be paid the reasonable amount of that. And we suggest to you that the amount in the invoices, the first half of which we pay, is obviously in a reasonable amount for the work performed. And so when we get to the verdict form, I'll suggest to you that you can either award contract damages or quantum meruit damages. The amount would be the same. Now, that's sort of an outline of our claim of BMC against Mr. and Mrs. Richmond. They are opposing that claim. They say they don't owe us a dime for all the work we did on those invoices, all the money that was paid out to subcontractors and materialmen for that work, which they have benefited from in their houses. It's there. That they don't owe us a dime. And in fact, they say the work that we did was substandard. We'll get to that later. But counsel is going to talk to you about his defense and about his claim. And when he finishes, I have an opportunity to respond. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I may have a quick moment to set up. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. May it please the court, your honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to address one thing at the outset of this closing argument. As you've seen through the course of this trial, everybody in the courtroom has a responsibility. The lawyers have a responsibility to tell you what happened. And to do this, we use witnesses, documents, balls and strikes. And there have been a few interruptions and objections, a lot for a trial, but there have been some. And I'd like to address that briefly because I know those don't curry favor with the jury. And all contests in this country have a set of rules that people must go by: football, baseball, basketball. And certainly the same thing could be said about trials, and is true about trials, where vital rights of people are being decided. The object of rules in any athletic contest are to prevent a matter from being turning into chaos, and to handle the matter in accordance with understood standards in order to prevent that chaos. A football game would turn into a battlefield if there were not rules that require certain conduct and an impartial referee to govern. And the same thing is true of a trial. We have here a fair and impartial referee to keep those rules and to keep us within those rules. And that's what these objections are about. They're simply an opportunity for the court to enforce the rules. And I bring this up because if my efforts in representing Brian and Tracy Richmond have aggravated you in any way, if I have made an objection that has caused a problem with you, then please, in all fairness, place the blame on me, not place the blame on Brian and Tracy Richmond. They have made no objections during this case. That's the responsibility of the lawyers and the judge, and that leaves you jurors who have the most responsibility of all. You jurors true sit in final judgment of the actions of others. And if you don't mind, I've been looking at my notes during my closing remarks. I'll continue to do so. I don't like to look at my notes, but I want to make sure I get this right. It's important to my clients that I do. And speaking of getting things right, I'm asking you for one thing today, which is to make it right. To make it right for Brian and Tracy Richmond. Our system of justice operates on rendering judgments, on making judgments, on deciding who is responsible, on awarding compensation to people whose property and person has been injured. These are hard decisions, but they are decisions that are at the heart of our justice system. BMC has sued the Richmonds to collect money on a contract. BMC says it has a construction contract with the Richmonds. They're asking you to award them money under that agreement. There is no contract. A contract has to have an agreement on all material terms. There has to be a meeting of the minds on all terms that relate to the issue at hand, on what the parties were trying to agree to. If there are not terms that are agreed to, there is no contract. And I think the discussion about a contract here pretty much encapsulates this whole thing. This is a sophisticated real estate renovation and improvement construction contract. It was over $500,000. A contract of that substance ought to be in writing. It needs to be in writing. There are so many terms that would go into a contract such as that. that it has to be documented and agreed upon. There ought to be language about warranties. In a contract of this size and renovations of this size with the improvements that were made over $500,000, that is singularly one of the most important terms you have in a construction contract, the warranty issue. We heard Mr. Patterson say he never gave a warranty to Richmond's. He said he usually doesn't do it. And that, had we had a warranty, we may not be here today. If we had a warranty, we may have had the ability to get all these things fixed. And we could have probably have avoided all this. There's nothing in writing between the parties on how to handle change orders. You saw all these changes that the plaintiff says that the defendants have requested. There's nothing in writing on how do we handle those. How are they priced? How do we document them? When is the work to be done? What happens if it delays the project? None of that was ever addressed and nothing in that was agreed to. This is a cost plus agreement, plaintiff says. There's no definition of cost in that estimate that you saw. That is a term that's not defined. There's nothing in the estimates you saw that talks about the construction standards that Mr. Patterson was to follow. Again, had there been something in the agreement that defined the construction standards that apply to the work that was being done in this case, we might not be here today. There's nothing in the contract that talks about those standards or bid codes. There's nothing in the estimate that talks about when the project is to start and when it is to be completed. Again, had that happened, we might not be here today. There's nothing in this estimate that talks about what are the rights and remedies of the Richmonds if they are dissatisfied with the construction that Mr. Patterson had performed on their house. Had that been done, we may not have been here today. But the estimate is silent on that. And that's why we say there is no agreement in this case. A construction contract on a project of this size needs to address all of those essential terms, and nothing was ever discussed or agreed upon between the parties on those issues. And I mentioned it, with that kind of encapsulates this whole case. This project for Mr. and Mrs. Richmond, again, was over $500,000. Mr. Patterson, as you saw, I went through other projects he was working on at the time, typically works on jobs that are much less. A deck replacement, a new bathroom, a new bedroom, what all from those things. Those are not very sophisticated jobs. And I can easily see where a customer will work off an estimate on those jobs. That's not this situation. This was a high profile, big job. And it's just, the estimate is simply not a contract. Nothing was ever prepared. Nothing was ever signed with the list of terms. And probably most importantly, the parties never agreed on what happens if things go south. What happens if B&C Construction doesn't perform in a skillful and workmanlike manner? What if there are pervasive construction defects? There was no agreement on any of these terms. And without a contract, without a sophisticated, comprehensive contract governing the construction and renovation improvements that are to the Richmond time, there can be no breach of contract law. And your designer will charge you that the plaintiff, B&C Construction, bears the burden of proving the existence of this contract. So that doesn't leave B&C without a remedy if there is no contract. B&C can still sue, and they have sued for what they call quantum merit. Quantum merit is one of those legal terms. And it's defined as this: when one renders service which is valuable to another, which the latter accepts, a promise is implied to pay for the value of that service. Quantum merit, as Mr. Pye told you, means as much as he or she deserves. And the idea behind quantum merit is that when a person benefits from the labor of another, the person providing the labor can recover the reasonable value of that labor. And his honor will instruct you that the value of labor means the value of labor to the person who received the labor. Here, that's the Richmond's. That means BMC's value of its construction labor is defined as what the value was to the Richmond's. It's not, the value is not the measure of what BMC charged for its construction. It's not these invoices that BMC submitted. The value to the Richmonds is measured by the benefit conferred on them, and it's the burden of BMC to prove the reasonable value. BMC has to prove that it has provided a benefit to the Richmonds that is over and above this $457,000 that the Richmonds have already paid to BMC Construction for the work done to their house. So let's take a look at the work done to the house to determine whether there has been value provided that is above and beyond the $457,000 the Richmonds have paid. And we can start the photographs to call. We've seen these photographs throughout the trial. These are the photographs that were tendered into evidence and talked about by our experts. This first photograph up here is the window. We heard a lot about the windows. Well, you can see here, this is a crooked window. It's a crooked window. It also has some water infiltration to it. It's crooked. It's not plumbed. It's not square. The check rails are not aligned. You can see how bad the trim is on the window. These windows in this house, all of them are going to need to be replaced. We heard from the window man that this warranty is voided. We've looked at the warranty. Warranty is voided if the windows are installed incorrectly. The warranty is voided if the windows have to be taken out and put back in. All these windows have to come out of the house and get reworked, repaired, but they can't do it because to do that, you're going to void the warranty. So the Richmonds are stuck with buying all new windows in order to get a warranty. They have a valuable warranty they need on these windows. They paid over $50,000 for these windows. So it is appropriate for them to have the benefit of that warranty. Let's keep going, Nicole. This is the attic. You heard about the insulation in the attic. This is a part of the attic that's underneath the boards. Above the boards is where they're to have storage. This should have all been filled in with insulation. There is no insulation there. You heard Mr. Rice say our witness was complaining, Mr. Cordell was complaining because there was too much foam in the attic. Well, what Mr. Cordell was complaining about was the foam was at an inconsistent depth. And in spots like this, there was no foam. Let's go to the next. You also heard about the attic. There was supposed to be a thermal barrier up there. Mr. Patterson billed the Richmonds for the thermal barrier, charged them for the thermal barrier, but he didn't install it. This is one of the door frames. You can see it's crooked. And not every door frame in the house is crooked, but most of them are. All those door frames and casings are going to need to be ripped out and replaced. Let's look at the next. This is the shower. All that tile is supposed to be flat, it's supposed to be even. There aren't supposed to be those jagged 3D images. Let's go to the next. That's the crack. It's not just on one tile, it extends to several tiles, and it also goes through the grout. We've got to figure out what's going on behind that shower in order to fix that. You heard our experts tell you that there's some kind of stress fracture going on back there, some kind of framing that's causing that. It's not where somebody struck that tile, because if it were, you would see a shatter, a spider crack or something like that. That's something being caused by bad framing. Let's go to the next. This is the toilet and the water closet in the main bathroom, primary bathroom. It's off center. It's got to be straight. That's what the Richmonds bargained for. That's what they asked for. And in order to fix it, you've got to rip it out and redo it. Let's go to the next. That's the basement. And you heard that Mr. Patterson did a lot of framing in the basement. But you can see the poor way that that framing was supported by those oddly shaped boards. That's got to be repaired. Let's go to the next. Another window. That window you can see has some water infiltration. You can see it's not shutting correctly. You know, the water infiltration, the air leakage, all that is a problem. Let's go to the next. There's a window frame that's crooked. It's not in line. It's not plumb. All that has to be repaired. Let's go to the next. There's where you can see the trim is separating from the window. All that needs to be fixed. Let's go to the next. There's another uneven and oddly shaped gap along with a bunch of dents and chips in the framing. Next. There's the attic. Now, you heard a lot of testimony about the attic. You can see where those trusses were cut. You can see where work is done. That's that attic where you see that weirdly shaped closet in the primary bedroom. And below that is the area of the kitchen where you have the leak. And I want to talk about the leak for a moment. We've shown you photographs of the area in the kitchen where that keepsake room is, where the boards on the floor are cupped. They're shaped like this. And we know that there's water damage there because of the boards and because there's a stain and because there's mold now growing on the back of the other side of it. And Mr. Patterson claims I have nothing to do with that. Well, all I know, and I believe it's clear from this evidence, is that before this house was purchased by the Richmonds, there was no water damage. After these substantial renovations were attempted by BMC Construction, all this work was done and the roof was opened up and the walls were taken down and replaced. Now we have a leak. It was not there before, it is now. Let's go to the next. There again is where work was done in that attic area above where that leak was done. Let's go to the next. There's a door that has an irregular shape to it. It's got a big gap at the top and down at the bottom it narrows. Let's go to the next. Some of these doors go all the way down to the ground. Some of them are like this that have big gaps at the bottom. Let's go to the next. There's one of the doors that goes all the way down to the ground and prevents them from opening it by if you have a rug there. That's why the rug is positioned to the left. Let's go to the next. There's a door that has a mismatched doorknob, lacking a doorknob with the door jamb. Let's go to the next. There's that area in the kitchen where there's the leak. You can see the wart boards on the left and not on the right. And that's the area of the kitchen and above it where Mr. Patterson was doing all his work. Let's go to the next. There's a part of the floor that is sinking. It's got a big valley in it and you can see the gap there. Now, you've heard testimony about should there be a beam there? Should it be supported? And Mr. Patterson tries to avoid responsibility for it, saying I didn't work in that area of the basement. But you heard me ask Mr. Portal this question. There's a rule in construction that if you touch it, you own it. And Mr. Patterson did touch the framing in the basement. And once you do that, you're responsible for making sure everything is brought up to standard. Next. This is what the hardwood floors looked like before the Richmonds bought the home. And you can see also that room with the judge's paneling on the left that we'll come to in a minute. Next. That's the area of the kitchen on that left-hand side up here is where the water infiltration is now. When the Richmonds bought the home, there wasn't. Next, closing call. That's what the ceiling looks like with that oddly shaped stain on it. Next. There's the room now that's been painted over. That we saw before that looked so nice with that paneling. Next. That's the door that goes from the kitchen into the family room. You can see it's wider at the top than it is at the bottom. And you also have an irregular frame on the right-hand side where there's a gap at the top of the door and it reduces at the bottom. Next. The trim work. I've said all along, this is windows, doors, floors, and trim. This is what the trim work looks like throughout the house. This is what the trim work looked like after the trim people spent 3 days in 2023 trying to fix the problem. Next. That picture right there shows you the funhouse effect. We've got one door down here. We've got another door up here. All these doors in the house should have uniform heights to them. And instead, we've got some doors taller than other doors, even adjacent to one another like that. Next. The floors. You've heard about all the problems with the floors, the gapping, the cupping, the shrinkage. It was all caused by the fact that Mr. Patterson directed the floor man to put in the floors before the house was properly acclimated, before it had HVAC system, before the temperature was the right number, before the humidity was down, before it became so wet. And the problem was Mr. Patterson covered up these floors with craft paper and then put hardboard on top of it. And those existing hardwood floors that we saw a moment ago that looked so beautiful are now under there trapping moisture this whole time. Next. This closet. I mean, this closet says it all. There. Richard Rice, their expert, said he saw nothing wrong with this. But look how asymmetrical this is. And again, this is the area above, the area below that has the leak. And you can also see all this gapping occurring on the floorboards there with those white lines. Next. There's more problems with the floors. This is what happened. You heard Mr. Kerouac say, after I did the floors the first time, they were covered up again with craft paper and with hardwood board. And when it was taken off by Mr. Patterson, that's what we got. All the stain and residue and marks where the tape pulled up the polyurethane. That's what caused the floors to be done a second time. Next. There are the white lines on the floors. Those show all the gapping. That's what occurred when the Richmonds moved in the house in 2022 and they turned on the heat and the house floors dried out. And they dried out because they had so much moisture in them due to the problems during the renovation. Next. There's more trim work. You can see the excessive nails. The joint is not mitered in the corner. You've got an oddly shaped piece of trim there that doesn't match with that and is not connected. And that's pervasive throughout this entire house. Next. There's more trim work. And by the way, all these photographs depict what the house looks like right now. It hasn't changed. Next. There's more bad trim work. Again, that's the way the house is currently. Next. There's a piece of trim work that Mr. Patterson left in this position. It's separated from the wall and it's missing a piece right there. Next. There's the mold. That's the mold that's occurring on the wall in the garage. Mr. Cordell had it tested. It's a high mold content. And that is in the area where we've got a bad water intrusion problem that didn't exist when the Richmonds bought the home before Mr. Patterson did his work. It's also a piece of mold that their expert didn't notice, even though he took a picture of Mr. Richmond's car that was sitting right in front of that mold spot. Next. There's our front door that we looked at in our opening statement. It has got bad gap problems at the bottom. The trim is incomplete at the top. It's crooked. It's got no flashing. And that is the way that Mr. Patterson left the house. Next. Is that it, Nicole? Thank you. All right. So these pictures are silent witnesses. They're silent witnesses, but they speak volumes. This is what this house looks like. After 2 years, Mr. Patterson had to work on it. Mr. Patterson had all of 2022 to work on this house. And Mr. Patterson had all of 2023 on this house. There is a contention made, and has been suggested to you, that Mr. Patterson didn't have a fair opportunity to resolve these construction defects, these construction problems. And that's simply not the case. We heard testimony that after the Richmonds moved in December of 2022, which was really the third of the promised completion dates. They were promised completion in October of 2022. That got moved, and then they were promised completion in November of 2022. And the Richmonds moved in December of 2022. All those problems you see there existed when they moved in. Mr. Patterson then had a full year to rectify those issues. You heard Mr. Richmond say, originally I said you could come Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays between 9 and 3 to work on the house. Understandably, Mr. Richmond only wanted one contractor at the house at the time for safety reasons, and also because he did not want to have the chaotic free-for-all that the Richmonds had seen at the end of 2022 when Mr. Patterson was furiously trying to complete the project. But later, Mr. Richmond said, you can come more days a week and you can have extended hours. Despite that, in 2023, you heard the testimony, the only repairs that were made were in the master bathroom, there was a joint fixed. There was a spot in the kitchen countertops that was corrected. There was some electrical work done. There was some adjustment to the windows you heard Adam Scholl talk about. There was some trim work attempted in November of 2023. And in December of 2023, the plumber came in and tried to activate the hot water heater circulation line, which worked for a little bit, but doesn't work anymore. So I mentioned a moment ago, we're looking at what is the benefit to the Richmonds on the quantum Merowith claim that BMC Construction, Mr. Patterson brought. You've just seen those photographs. The value to the Richmond is none. They do not have value from the construction work that Mr. Patterson did beyond the $457,000 that the Richmonds have already paid. There's a negative benefit of it as such. And the Richmonds did not accept BMC Construction. The Richmonds complained about it. Yes, the Richmonds are living in the house, but what option do they have? And honestly, they're not using all the house. They're in a few rooms that they live in. The rest of the house is still, as it looks to me, a museum of shoddy workmanship. That's what I call it, a fun house, a museum of shoddy workmanship. And they have to live there and see that every day. So the Richmonds did not accept the work. The Richmonds complained about the work. They're not using and enjoying the house, as has been suggested to me. So Mr. Patterson billed the Richmonds for work that was not done correctly. They're asking you to make the Richmonds pay for their defective work, and they're asking you to award them damages for that at an incredible cost. BMC has provided no value to the Richmonds. If BMC could prove they had provided value above and beyond the $450,000, they would be entitled to recover that amount. But it has to be value to the Richmonds. It's not based upon the invoices that BMC sent. So we say there's no breach of contract claim because there is no contract. We say there's no quantum Merowith claim because there's no benefit or value to the Richmonds. We've talked about the construction defects. You've heard about all of those. windows, doors, floors, and trim. The windows, to the extent they can open, are tough to open because they're all crooked and the balances don't work, as Mr. Sullivan. They're not straight, the warranty is voided. You have that leak, talked about the leak in the house. You know, our experts, I think, were described as supposed experts. They're not supposed experts. They're very qualified. You had a chance to observe them. They're exceedingly professional. They're exceedingly knowledgeable. So how did we get there? How did we get with all these problems in the house? And I think I mentioned in my opening statement, if you fail to plan, you have to plan to fail. And before BMC and Mr. Patterson started this construction project, Mr. Richmond asked Mr. Patterson for a construction plan. Exhibit 143, Nicole. If we could blow up the bottom two text. This is in February before the building permit is issued. And in the end of February 2022, Mr. Richmond, who I mentioned to you, is a process guy. He's always been in supply chain and logistics. Says, have you been, when we met a week or so ago, I inquired about a project plan and timing of certain decision items we will need you to plan for. Have you been able to complete it to help us from a planning position? Thanks. The answer is I was waiting to see when we got the permit so I could really put some type of schedule together, a schedule. Got a notice today that we should have it by the end of the week, so I'll start working on it tomorrow. We never got this schedule. Mr. Patterson took the stand today and tried to mention that he gave some kind of generalized description of what would happen over the next few months after the permit was issued, but that's not what Mr. Patterson, Mr. Richmond was asking for. He's asking for a project plan, a construction plan, a project timeline. A construction planning is a critical part of all civil engineering. The construction planning process involves a detailed plan for executing the project. The schedule outlines the sequence of events and the timeline for each task. Mr. Patterson said he would provide a construction plan, but he never did. There was no construction plan. And Mr. Patterson admitted in his testimony at this trial that he does not know what a construction plan is. This was in the video deposition. And that he does not use construction plans. So we had no plan. And now demolition begins. One of the things you heard about that was a problem for this house is it had no HVAC system for many, many months, and it had no power for a certain number of time. I think there was some qualification to the no power in Mr. Patterson's testimony where he said maybe an outlet or two was working, but essentially the house had no power. So here we are for many, many months, no power to the house, no HVAC. Mr. Patterson knew that the meter had to be moved. That didn't occur until September 26th. So what happened? Very little happened. You've got the invoices from BMC Construction and the evidence, and they will show you, if you look at the invoices for this month, there's very little work being done. There's some drywall going up, some framing, a beam that an engineer had designed that needed to be put in, and some light masonry. So basically nothing is happening in this house through the time that the meter comes in September of 2022. Really what was happening is Mr. Patterson was flying by the seat of his pants. And I had to look up what seat of the pants means because I use that phrase all the time. Flying by the seat of your pants means a situation where someone relies on their instincts or intuition rather than following a set plan or procedure. It can be applied in a variety of contexts, from sports to business, and it often implies that the person is taking risk without much preparation. And that's what was occurring. Mr. Patterson had no plan in place. He had no foresight. He had no forethought. And as a result, We get here towards the end of October and nothing has happened. Very little has happened. He's promised the Richmonds to be in the house first in October, then in November, and then in December. Mr. Richmond regularly asks for a construction plan. What you're seeing here is not the first time. Even after Mr. Patterson was given the opportunity in 2023 to fix these defects, Mr. Richmond asked for a plan. And we see 219, Nicole. In exhibit 219, you will see that we go to the bottom email. And again, this is when they're trying to correct these major issues with the house. Mr. Richmond wrote on February 16, I will review this in prior response and get back to you no later than Monday, February 20, 2022. In the meantime, can you provide a detailed and documented list by trade of what needs to be completed and the approximate time needed by each sub, as well costs that you believe will incur? Once I have this, I will provide an updated work schedule for your subcontractors. We never got it. We always asked for construction plans, some kind of schedule, a timeline of events, and Mr. Patterson could never provide it. He was flying by the seat of his pants. Can we show the Michael Kerouac video? Michael Kerouac will tell you exactly that in his testimony.
If you'd like, I could just tell you how I recollect all this went down. I don't have any problem with that. Or I could just answer questions. I could tell you exactly my recollection of how everything transpired, because I have no problem telling the good, the bad, and the ugly.
All right, well, lay it on us.
I'll just tell you how it went. The way I remember it, we installed the floors. In our opinion, there was a lot of high moisture level in the house. When we went back to sand, we felt it was too high. My recollection is always all over me to finish this job. We're behind schedule, blah, blah, blah. I said, you got to get the HVAC system running. It was Georgia Power thing.
Mr. Kerouac has no axe to grind with anybody. He is an unbiased witness, and Mr. Patterson is telling him we've got to get this job done. Go ahead and put it in the floor. We know that he put it in the floor at the wrong time, and the floor has major problems as a result of it. So that's what was happening in the 2022 timeframe. You've heard the testimony of our experts. They've talked about the defects. They've quantified it. They've given you the repair estimates to fix it. And none of the repairs have been made. Mr. Patterson pointed to an email that Mr. Richmond had sent down when things really went south at the end of 2023, and Mr. Richmond and Mr. Patterson finally got divorced. And Mr. Richmond said, I'm going to hire another contractor and finish out this job. And point was made that he never hired a contractor. Point's been made that Mr. Richmond and Mrs. Richmond have never made the repairs needed to the house. And Mr. Richmond did tell you that he spoke to several people, and they don't want to take on a mess like this. It's hard to find people to come in and do this work. The Richmonds honestly will be lucky to find someone to do this work. Mr. Patterson then sued Mr. Richmond and put a lien on his house, and no builder is going to do a major renovation of a house where a contractor has already sued and put a lien on. Beyond that, Mr. Richmond doesn't have spare $580,000 laying around to fix the defects. So why did the Richmonds stick with Randall Patterson for so long? Well, they were hoping he would fix the problem. They were hoping he would do so, especially since they had already paid him $457,000, and they did not want to pull the plug. Why did the Richmonds finally pull the plug and not pay remaining bills that Mr. Patterson had sent? Well, obviously, they were concerned about this defective work. They were concerned about the many problems in the house, and they were concerned that if they paid Mr. Patterson the money, they would never see him again. So what are the Richmonds asking me to do? The Richmonds have already paid $450,000 for work that was improperly performed, that was substandard, and that will have to be ripped out and redone. They're entitled to the home they hired, BMC Construction and Mr. Patterson. We can't make BMC and Mr. Patterson fix it. That ship has sailed. We've already been down that road. All we can do is ask you to award money to the Richmonds so they can hire the skilled people needed to fix these pervasive major construction defects. And you have heard testimony from Lisa Wagner, who did a very, very detailed review of the repairs needed and cost. And she came up with a number of $581,561. $581,561. You saw and heard everything that Lisa Wagner talked about as to why that number is so high. You're gonna have to basically rip out everything, and redo that. You're gonna have to pay a builder more because no one wants to take on this risk. No one's gonna do this job for the 20% that Mr. Patterson charged. It's gonna be much higher. So we're also seeking attorney's fees in this case. And before I talk about my big amount, His Honor will tell you that attorney's fees can be awarded when someone acts in bad faith. So what's bad faith? You'll be charged on the meaning of bad faith. In my view, bad faith is you know it when you see it. You know what bad faith is when you see it. Here, I will tell you what bad faith is. Bad faith is not giving the Richmonds a warranty when the law required it. Bad faith is not testing for lead-based paint. Bad faith is not testing for asbestos. Bad faith is not taking precautions of working on a home that was built in 1978 and contains asbestos and can contain lead-based paint. Bad faith is charging Mr. Richmond for a 92% high efficiency furnace in his attic and putting an 80% efficiency furnace in his attic. Bad faith is charging Mr. Richmond for an ignition barrier in his attic, not putting an ignition barrier up there. Bad faith is charging Mr. Richmond for a drain in the laundry room that he asked for and not putting the drain in. And bad faith is then saying the drain is behind the washing machine when it's not there, and then changing your story and saying the bad faith is under the other tile. Bad faith is demanding that Michael Kerouac put in the floors before the house was ready and had sufficient air conditioning and before all the wood had acclimated. And bad faith is then blaming Michael Kerouac for the problems and threatening to sue him. Bad faith is promising to finish the job by the end of October, then extending it to November, and then in the middle of December and still not completing construction. Bad faith is knowing that the Richmonds needed a certificate of occupancy to move in, says so on the face of the permit. And then telling the Richmonds to move into the house without at least a temporary certificate of occupancy. That's bad faith. Let's talk about the lien. The lien was recorded against the Richmonds' home and was sent to the Richmonds by FedEx. That was sometime towards the beginning of 2023. Mr. Patterson was in the Richmond's home many, many times after that lien was delivered. Mr. Patterson had many text communications and phone communications with Mr. Richmond after that lien was issued. Not once did Mr. Patterson mention that. Now, can you imagine how upset the Richmonds would be had they known that Mr. Patterson had put a lien on their home? They certainly would have not have continued to deal with him throughout 2023. And I don't understand why Mr. Patterson did not ever say anything to the Richmonds about this lien during all these conversations in 2023, unless he somehow knew that they had not received. So why do we ask you to hold both BMC and Mr. Patterson liable on our claim for negligent construction? His Honor will charge you that a corporation is typically viewed as a separate person, separate and apart from its officers, and that as a typical matter, the officers of the company are liable for the company's misdeeds. But I will tell you that a corporation is nothing but a stack of papers that you file with the Secretary of State. These are all the papers that BMC Construction filed with the Secretary of State of Georgia. That's what a corporation is. Nothing. A corporation has no heart. A corporation has no soul. It acts only through people. And to that end, the law provides that whenever an officer of the company or an owner of the company actually participates in the negligent construction, the negligent construction that's at issue here, then that person can be held liable. And here you'll see, and we've proven to you, and the judge will charge you on this issue on the law, that Mr. Patterson oversaw the construction, he supervised the construction, he managed the contractors, he told them when to be at the house, what to do, how to do it. Mr. Patterson was integrally involved in the construction at the Richmond's house. And he, along with the company, is personally liable for all of the defects that are in the Richmond's home. Mr. Patterson testified he was there every week at the house, sometimes several days a week, sometimes every day. Sometimes he was there for a few hours, sometimes he was there for the entire day. Mr. Patterson handled all communications with subcontractors, and Mr. Patterson answered all their issues and assisted them with their work. Can we show the circle exhibit? This is what I call the circle of negligence. We've got the doors at the different heights, the bad trim in the windows. We've got the bad trim on the doors, the uneven floor, the toilet that's jammed into the baseboard in the back of the wall, the front door, and the misshaped closet. And who is at the center of that circle? Mr. Patterson. He is personally responsible for all the damages in this case. Mr. Patterson, however, takes no responsibility or accountability for these massive construction. He is unapologetic. It wasn't my fault. It was the subcontractor's fault. They did the work, not me. Even though Mr. Patterson calls these subcontractors my guys. The floor man is to blame for the condition of the floors, not me. Even though you heard Michael Kirilak say that Randall Patterson is the person who made me put down that flooring when I did. Not my fault that the meter didn't get put in the house when the Richmonds wanted to. It's Georgia Power's fault. So this is all a blame game. The other thing I want to talk to you about is the word game. The word game is Mr. Patterson and BMC say there are no defects in the house. They say the work is just not completed. Even though the house has all these mistakes, they say they aren't mistakes, they're just incomplete work. You've seen the pictures. That's not work that needs to be completed. That's work that's done defectively the first time. Brian said, use the word completed the house. Lisa Wagner used the word complete the house. Mark Portal said the same thing. They clarified that what they mean when they say complete the house is not talking about work that has yet to be performed. They're talking about work that has been performed, but it was performed defectively. Work that has to be repaired. It was completed, it was just completed wrong. It has to be ripped out completely. Under Mr. Rice's theory of it's just not a defect, it's not a defect, it's just not complete, there would never be a defect. Under their theory, Mr. Patterson would have an infinite amount of time to finish the project. But the Richmonds have already given him 2 years. They've given him 2 years to fix the project, and he hasn't done it. It's time to move on. It's time to make it right. So how do we make it right? Well, all we can do in this situation is award money damages. And had Mr. Patterson provided us with a warranty, we could have pursued under the warranty, but he didn't. And the way I view this case, jurors, is that you are the warranty in this situation. You are the warranty that Mr. Patterson refused to give the Richmonds. And the only way normally in a warranty is the person who provides it comes in and does the work to correct it. We can't do that in that situation. So all we can do is award money damages in order to fix all of these defects. So that's where the $581,000 comes in. Let me tell you a little bit about my legal fees. I have shown you that our legal fees and expenses, our fees are $326,000, $779, $326,779, and our expenses are $20,969. And we've had over $40,000 of expert witness fees. Why are fees what our fees are? Well, the reality is in this case is that the Richmonds are the plaintiffs. Nominally, we're the defendants in this case, but the reality is we're the plaintiffs. And we're the plaintiffs because we had to pursue this claim to recover all of these construction defects. And I was trained by a great man who said, there's 3 kinds of people in this world. Those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who wonder what the heck happened. And in fact, instead of a Christmas bonus one year, I got this, which says that. Some people make things happen, some watch things happen, while others wonder what has happened. Well, we had to make something happen in this case. And making something happen in the legal world takes energy, it takes effort, it takes time. And that's why these fees are what they are. And the Richmonds deserve to be made whole, and they deserve to have their fees awarded to them for the bad faith of Mr. Patterson, which I have just explained. Success is 10% inspiration, 90% perspiration. We've all heard that. And so I perspire greatly during this case. You saw the notebooks. I mean, it takes time to do all of this, to get organized, to get prepared, to be thorough. And the good news is you're only going to get one notebook back in the jury room. Mr. Richmond, you heard him say, would not have sued Mr. Patterson. Had Mr. Patterson not sued him. And so all these fees, all this trial, all your time is because Mr. Patterson decided to sue Mr. Richmond. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about the burden of proof before I say that. This is a civil case, not a criminal case. There's a big difference. In a civil case, the burden of proof is what we call a preponderance of the evidence. And the preponderance of the evidence means essentially the judge will charge you on that. But it would incline a reasonable mind to one side of the issue rather than another. If you're looking at a scale, preponderance of the evidence, there's a slight tilt one way or the other. If you're talking about a criminal trial, you're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a big, big hurdle. We're in a civil case though. Think about it as a football field. We've got to get past midfield by an inch, by a yard. That's it. So at the end of my closing remarks, I want to say that we have more than proved our case by preponderance of evidence. You've seen all the defects. You've seen that we have provided Mr. Patterson an opportunity to fix it. You see that it didn't happen. You see that he sued us. And as a result, we had to countersue. And that's why we're here. And what we're asking you to do, jury, is to make it right. The windows, the doors, the floors, the trims, the whole house. Mr. Patterson's proven unable to fix them. We're going to have to pay to go get somebody to do it. And Your Honor's going to give you a verdict form. And your verdict form is going to have can we show that, Nicole? Your verdict form is going to start out with the plaintiff's claims. They get to go first. And you're going to be asked whether the defendants breached a contract with the plaintiff. We say there is no contract. So we ask you to find in favor of the defendants. The plaintiffs have this claim for quantum merit. That's that claim I mentioned to you that's based on the value of the benefit to the Richmonds, which we say is this, for the services that the BMC is seeking beyond what's been paid. Let's go to the next page, Nicole. We're asking that you find in favor of the defendants on that. We ask that you find in favor of the defendants on the attorney's fees claim. We don't think there's any basis for that. That's the plaintiff seeking fees against us. Let's go to the next page, Nicole. These are our claims. We have sued BMC Construction and Mr. Patterson for negligent construction. We are asking that you find in favor of the Richmonds against defendant BMC Construction, plaintiff BMC Construction, and against Randall Patterson. And we're asking for the damages of $581,000 there. Now, we've brought a breach of contract claim, and we brought a breach of contract claim because it's an alternative. We believe this case is a professional negligence case, is what we believe. It's defective workmanship. But we brought a breach of contract claim in case you do find there is a contract. Now, if you find that there is a contract, we ask that you find in our favor and award us damages, the defendants, the Richmonds, of that $581,000 number. Now, I will tell you, you can find in our favor in both 4 and 5 and award the same amount. We'll have to then decide which remedy to elect, which portion to accept, because the law won't give us a double recovery. We're not asking for a double recovery. We wouldn't get $581,000 twice, even if you fill both of these out for us. But we do need to know so that we can then decide which one to accept. And if you'll go to the next page. Let's go down to the bottom. I believe we're going to take this part off on 7. On the bottom, we're asking for our attorney's fees. We're asking you to find that the plaintiff and Mr. Patterson, BMC and Mr. Patterson, acted in bad faith, and we're seeking an award of our attorney's fees in full in the amounts that I mentioned. And by doing that, jurors, you will make the jury whole. You will make the Richmonds whole. And they deserve to be made whole. After going through this, after living in this house and the condition it's in for the last 3 years coming up this December, they deserve to be made whole. They deserve to have everything made right, and we're asking you to make it right. I'm sandwiched in this closing argument. Plaintiff gets to go first and last, and I'm stuck in the middle. I don't get a chance to talk to you. But as I close, I do want to thank you for your time in this case. I've watched y'all. Everybody who's paid attention, I appreciate that very much. That's all we can ask. And Richmond's thank you as well.
All right, members of the jury, before Mr. Pye has his concluding remarks, feel free to stretch in place, or you want to take a full break. We'll do that. Being recessed off the record if anyone needs to step out.
They started from. They have a decision to file. Goes on as a. What happened?
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
We found this link.
No. We haven't. Shoot, that was what I was thinking about. I was going through emails last night. I was like, there was something I was supposed to do, and I thought that was an email. No, it was that. Okay.
Idiotic email. Angela,
Oh, the long one.
not so long, but said she and her husband agreed on 100,000 escrow.
Mhm.
Please confirm that we go ahead with the closing.
Oh my gosh.
$100,000, we're willing to agree on 110. My husband and Arnold had agreed on 100.
I thought McDonald's was the attorney package.
It is.
Oh.
I sent an email to David, not
You
David,
mean McDonald?
McDonald.
Mhm.
Got a bounce back. Out of town, out of sight, out of mind. Blah, blah, blah. They said he would reach out to his client.
He's a burger. He's Irish. There's a funny that. I know what you mean.
Will come to order.
All right. We're back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you can review the jury.
After the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Pye, you may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you didn't see me squirming a little bit over there when I was listening to Mr. Sherman talk. I'm not allowed to jump up and say, hey, that's not true, but I was thinking it. One thing, and I just almost had to laugh about it. Mr. Sherman said, if there had been a warranty in this contract, we wouldn't be here. Well, of course, number one, they didn't ask for one. Number two, a warranty is nothing but another contract. And so if there were a dispute, you would file a suit on the warranty rather than a suit on the contract. But more importantly, you'll recall, and I'll pull the email up in a minute. Randall, right at the end of all of this, wrote an email saying, we're at loggerheads here. Let's get it worked out. I see three options. One is you can give me a figure that I can agree to. Two, we can go to arbitration. Three, we can litigate. Well, what was the choice of the homeowners? To do not one and not two, but three. So the idea that this lawsuit is because they had no choice and it was our desire. Well, of course, it was our desire to get paid. And I don't want to beat a dead horse. Reimbursement of money we had paid for materials and labor. We were not seeking new money. They received invoices which detailed what we had spent the money on. This much for materials, this much for labor, 20% overhead and profit. So the idea that somehow or another a warranty would have resolved the matter is silly. And of course, Mr. Richmond, who apparently has experience in legal matters, he knew he didn't want to have an arbitration because he'd been through that with his company and didn't like that. So he obviously has some experience. Did he ask for a warranty? No. Look at all of the emails you're going to see back and forth, back and forth. Did he ever ask for a warranty? No. And yet, that's all Mr. Sherman wants to start off with. Anyway, now, and this, I'm just switching ideas. The issue of the flooring. The testimony was that 8 boards out of 80 had been apparently damaged by too much moisture. And that was the reason why the sanding and finishing and so forth didn't work. Think about it. What kind of moisture could have snuck in and hit 8 boards and eliminated the other 72? That you all may have the answer to that. I don't. I think what is more obvious is that the moisture in those 8 boards, some sort of water intrusion. We had no responsibility, but that's the only thing that makes any sense. But that's just another matter. How could the fact that the HVAC was on or not on only affect 8 out of 80 boards? That makes no sense. At any rate, the photograph of mold on the wall in the garage by the car, that had just came up this month, or last month maybe. They claim when we went for an inspection that we should have seen it. Well, we didn't see it. Mr. Rice didn't see it. Mr. Patterson didn't see it. But when their expert came by, he found it and had it tested. So how could we be responsible for a spot of mold that occurred 2 years after we left the job, 3 years after we started? That is likely from some sort of water intrusion, perhaps outside, don't know. But the point is, the burden of proof of their proof that we are responsible for that is on them. And a spot of mold appearing 2 years after we left, that doesn't carry the burden. Now, Mr. Sherman, throughout this trial, has continued to use the word promised regarding the completion date. The unequivocal evidence is there was no promise about a completion date. There were hopeful. We hope to be able to finish by October. We hope to be able to finish by Thanksgiving. But it wasn't possible. One of the reasons was the Georgia Power situation. Now, we are blamed for the Georgia Power situation. But you heard that the only evidence on that was Randall's evidence. In order to get the power box meter moved to the house, you first have to do the preliminary work in the house, get it approved by Sandy Spring. Well, that took a while. Then the homeowner has to call and give the account number because they won't take a stranger's word for it. And then it takes a few weeks or whatever to get out there. But somehow or another, we are blamed for that. But it is obvious that that process is not our responsibility. It's just one of the factors of a big time remodel of $800,000 house, 5,000 square feet. I know when y'all go home to your $1 million houses, 5,000 square foot houses like I'm gonna go home, we will probably think we'll never have it remodeled. Now, Mr. Sherman and his client have focused on the fact that there was not a quote construction plan. Well, Mr. Patterson has said that he has a process. He's been doing this work, including building house churches, for 40 years, let me say. And he knows how to organize a project, whether it's a new deck or whether it's a big time thing. And he gave the homeowners that general timeline. But because of factors beyond his control, for instance, Georgia Power moving the power box, that's beyond his control. The additions, and we have an exhibit with about 15 changes in the scope of work. All that sort of stuff affects timing. He gave an approximate time to Mr. And that it is that happened. But I don't want to be flippant about it. But so what? Did the fact that there was not a formal quote construction plan, that there was a construction timeline, does that make a hill of beans difference? Anything that have anything to do with the timing or the construction of this house? You have a professional person who's been doing it for decades, who did the best he could. Now, whoops. despite what, Mr. Sherman would like to argue, there was a contract. There was an agreement. Prefer that word. And both parties are obligated under the law to act in good faith to perform the agreement. BMC is obligated in good faith to do the remodeling work, to buy the materials, to pay for the labor, to organize the project and so forth. And the Richmonds, the homeowners, obligated to pay for the work in a timely way, which they did throughout the 8 months till the situation developed. The court is going to charge you if the non-performance of a party to a contract is caused by the conduct of the opposite party, such conduct shall excuse the other party from performance. Similarly, a party to a contract cannot take advantage of his own act or omission to escape liability. Well, how does that apply here? Well, we have the fact that the Richmonds moved into the house before the job was finished. Now, it's their house, entitled to move in if they want. They asked Mr. Patterson if that'd be okay. And he said, well, it's your house if you gotta move in, okay, you can move in. There was some issue about certificate of occupancy, but they wanted to move in. Well, they had a right to do that. But it's obvious that if you've got a family living in a home that's the subject of construction activity, it's going to affect the timing and slow down the construction activity. You then have the fact that Mr. Patterson got frustrated with the delay and put a schedule that started out as, I think, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 to 3 or something like that, but only one sub at a time. So if that's the way he wanted the project to progress, then it's supposed to take that longer. But he can't complain about our inability to complete the contract in a timely way when his activity slowed things down. You have heard at least one explanation for a problem with the sub. And that was with the painter. And the fact that Mrs. Reed wanted the exterior sanded down to the wood, which was not part of the scope of work, but required a heck of a lot of labor. I mean, we have a 50-year-old house. You don't tell them how many times we've been painting in 50 years. To sand it down to the wood, it was not something that the painter contemplated doing. Perhaps he's never done it before, but if he were to do it, it would probably take weeks or perhaps longer than that. It's a big house. And so he got fed up with those demands being made on him, and he left. That created a problem of getting another painter who heard about the reason that the new painter was being solicited and didn't want to get into that situation. Well, that's on Mrs. Richmond. If she wanted that, it's her house, but it would involve additional time, labor, and in this case, a problem with the painter. Now, the windows, and I mentioned this earlier. You have heard the evidence, the claim by the Richmonds that they want all the windows and doors replaced. That's $50,000 or $60,000. And they say that Adam Schul said have to be replaced, can't be fixed. Well, that's why we brought him in. And he said it's the balances that will need to be replaced. And that's, I believe he said $200 or $300 a balance in the 14 sets of balances. That's a couple $1,000, a few $1,000, not $50,000. But that's the claim that we are faced with. They're demanding that we put new windows and doors in the home. And they say that the fact that there's an issue with the balances voids the warranty to take the window out and either, in their case, they want new windows or existing windows and put the balances in. Mr. Schultz said that only is the warranty on the balances, which makes sense. If you take balances out because they put in wrong and you put in new ones, you don't have the warranty on the old ones. But if you buy new ones, presumably you have warranty on that. But again, and with respect, so what? Do we have any evidence from anybody as to the cost of a warranty on the windows or the balances or the loss of that? No, they just want to make a claim, make it sound awful, and want you to buy into the tremendous demand, $580,000 teed up by Lisa Wagner. Now, let's look please at plaintiff's exhibit 27. This is the email in which Randall Patterson reaches the point, conclusion that we're loggerheads. So make me a financial offer that I can accept. And you go forward with correcting the issues you have, no upgrades included. Then he says, go to arbitration or go to court. Review these options or make your own recommendations. I just think with the anger, verbal assault, and accusations that have been expressed toward me, my subs and workers, no one should have to be subjected to work under these conditions and tensions we are now in. I await your response. Now, does that sound like a person acting in bad faith? Does that sound like a person who is stubbornly litigious? That sounds like a person who's begging to get the matter resolved. Plaintiff's 28, please. An email from Randall, February 5, 2024. It's been a month since I sent you an email December 30, addressing how to resolve our differences. I've had no response from you. So I am assuming you are not interested in discussing any of the options I present. Therefore, I will meet with my attorney shortly, start the legal process regarding the matter. I had hoped to avoid this, but I don't see another option at this time. I consider legal options as a last resort, with the only winners being the attorneys. However, that is where we are, so that is how I intend to proceed. Does that sound like a person who's acting in bad faith? Who's looking for a fight? No. I'm gonna jump, well, no. Plaintiff's 26. This is, this is, the homeowner's letter to Mr. Patterson. He says he has not heard from you. This is December 14. We had 2 emails bracketing that. Scroll down, please. I may have picked the wrong. Oh, here we go. The paragraph that starts at this point, jumping to the next sentence. We will be retaining another contractor to repair, correct, and finish the project. You and/or your designates are not allowed on the property unless I provide you with written consent. So we are told, December, what's the date? Scroll up, please. December 14, 23, they're gonna get another contract. You are fired. Well, it's, okay, they're fired us. And they owe us $176,000, but they fired us. They're gonna get another contract. The claim, the statement is they're gonna get another contract. The testimony from Mr. Richmond was that he interviewed some contractors who didn't want the job. Well, if he had interviewed people who presumably came to the house and looked at it and heard about it, wouldn't those be a good witness, a good impartial, professional witness to testify as to the condition of the house December of 2020? We heard from those contractors? No. Did anybody do an inspection and report and analysis of the house December of 23? No, wasn't until a year later that we had that. So I'm suggesting to you, if they had a credible witness 2023, that would have been the appropriate time first to respond to Mr. Patterson saying, hey, I've got another option. I'm not going to offer you anything right now. I don't want to go to arbitration or litigation, but I've hired somebody and here's his estimate of the condition and cost of repair. Wouldn't that have been a pretty good way to resolve matters? I don't know if any of you have ever had experience with contractor dispute, but in some cases, it is prudent, if not required, that if you have a claim against the contractor, you give him the details of your claim and offer him an opportunity to come to the house.
No, this violates our motion and limited.
No, it does not. If you're
All right, counsel, we don't need to argue back and forth. You can approach if you want to discuss it.
Oh, yeah, it is. The other lady had a pony. She had a computer there. Yeah, that's that thing. What's that? She has long.
If one were acting in good faith, if one wanted to avoid litigation with the market, wouldn't a prudent way to proceed is to get somebody to write up a report on the house send it to BMC and say, come look at the house, look at this report and see if we can resolve it on this place. Did that happen? Yeah. Is that bad faith by BMC around the house? Page 21, please. As you'll recall, is the email from Michael Kerouac, the foreman, saying that we are willing to sand and refinish the main and upper level of the home, main and upper level of the home for Mr. Richmond at no cost to you. We also want to make it clear to you and Mr. Richmond that authentic hardwood is not at fault. So we had, in March of 23, over 2.5 years ago, an offer by the foreman just to sand and refinish the main and upper level floor. Turned out. Now, if Mr. Patterson, if BMC were in control of the house, Michael would probably do what he said he would do, come and do, but he's not. And so we have, the homeowners are seeking to hold Mr. Patterson and BMC responsible for something that could have been resolved without an issue, but wasn't, because we were fired off the job and told not to come back. Before that, we were given a pretty tight schedule and so forth. And before that, Mrs. Patterson wanted the whole house sanded down to the exterior. Now, the court is going to charge you on what's called credibility of the witnesses. And the court will charge you, I believe, this in the complete chart, this is what I find right offhand. The credibility of a witness may be attacked by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. And we have certainly done that with Mr. Wright. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of the same witness before the trial started. So in other words, you all will decide who is more credible, who's telling the truth. It doesn't necessarily mean they're deliberately lying, but if their evidence, if their testimony is unreasonable, not supported by facts, by reason, then you can conclude that you should not rely on that testimony. Now, we have Mr. Brian Richmond. I've already mentioned the fact that he apparently interviewed other contractors, but has not seen fit to bring them forward. Well, that's his choice. But then you have this, and I frankly think it's bizarre. I would never do it. I guess you'd call it litigation model, that when you're suing somebody for damage, claiming that your house is in a defective state, that instead of having it repaired, having it inspected before you file suit and repaired right off the bat, so that you will have a credible picture of the condition of the house at the time of the termination of the agreement. The Richmonds have decided to wait 2 years. They moved in at the end of 22, I believe. And it wasn't until the end of 24 that they hired an expert. And Ms. Wagner didn't look at the house until this year. So the evidence they have seen fit to bring you as to the condition of the house when BMC was fired 2.5 years ago is 2.5 years old. Now, is that credible? That's for you to decide. Now, this one just, well, I don't know what to do except shake my head. You have heard that the Richmonds have spent $326,000 in attorney's fees, plus $40,000, I believe, in expert witness fees, $20,000 in expenses. They spent $386,000 in expenses of litigation. And Mr. Richmond said he didn't have the money to go repair his house and maintain a lawsuit. He made the decision to hire a lawyer and spend almost $400,000 rather than repairing his house for himself and his wife, so that his house, as he said, his house would become a home, or even repair some of it. There, so many of the things were categorized as cosmetic. Well, don't mean to diminish cosmetic appearance, but it surely couldn't have involved much expense to fix them, to do some repaint or some touch up or this, that, and the other. And so what is he looking to gain out of this lawsuit? Well, first of all, he's got Lisa Wagner, who's not an engineer, doesn't have the credentials that our expert, Mr. Rice, had. She has opined that what she was asked to estimate the repair for will cost $581,000. Now, what's that for? Mr. Richmond testified, and I wrote it down because I thought it was so important. He testified that what he wanted out of this case was money to complete and repair the job. Now, among the estimates is that the house is 70% complete. So 30% not complete. They're looking for $581,000, not to repair, but to complete, which we couldn't possibly have any responsibility. Now, I'm running out of time. I ask you to compare your recollection of the qualifications of Mr. Rice, who's highly credentialed forensic engineer, to their experts. I think they fall woefully short. Ms. Wagner really didn't testify about any alleged defect. She said everything I have priced out is based on Mr. Coral's report. Now, I cannot close without addressing this. The claim is not only made against BMC, but is made against Randall Patterson. Mr. Patterson, you've heard, has been in the business for 40 years. He does big jobs, he does little jobs. He's actually built homes, and he testified yesterday, he actually built a couple of houses recently. I mean, a couple of churches recently. He formed this corporation 40 years ago. The court is going to charge you BMC is a corporation. A corporation possesses a legal existence separate and apart from that of its officers, and the mere operation of corporate business does not render one personally liable for corporate acts. Sole ownership of a corporation by one person or another is not a factor, and neither is the fact that the sole owner uses and controls it to promote his ends. Corporations are set up for tax reasons, for various reasons. And the Richmonds chose to do business with BMC Construction, Inc., and here's a corporation. The testimony has been that Mr. Patterson's role has been to begin to get the contract for the company, to do the scheduling, get the permits, handle the communication with the homeowners. But he testified unequivocally, and Mr. Richmond also testified that Randall Patterson had no hands-on function with any of the claims that they are claiming are defective. He did not, it didn't have anything to do with the defective flooring, with the defective windows, with the alleged leak, etc. He is not personally responsible. You'll be given a jury verdict, which will be given to you. You saw it earlier on the screen. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, the first part is our claim. We ask you to find that the defendants breached their contract and that they owe us the amount of money that I outlined before. There we go. And that they acted in bad faith and owe us attorney's fees. And we ask that you find that that we did not breach the contract, that we do not owe them anything or attorney's fee. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, members of the jury, it is now my duty to charge you on the law that applies to this case. I do that by reading it to you. You receive a copy of these instructions later. Does anyone, it takes about 15 to 20 minutes. Anyone need a break before we dive in? Then here we go. You are considering the case of BMC Construction Incorporated as plaintiff versus Brian Richmond and Tracy Thompson as defendants versus BMC Construction Incorporated and Randall Patterson as counterclaim defendants. Plaintiff filed this action here in the Superior Court of Fulton County, in which it brings claims against the defendants for 1, breach of contract, and 2, quantum merit. Defendants Brian Richmond and Tracy Thompson bring counterclaims against BMC Construction Incorporated and Randall Patterson for 1, negligent construction, and 2, breach of contract, which is against BMC Construction only. The party bringing any claim must prove every essential part of its claims by a preponderance of the evidence. This is sometimes called the burden of proof or the burden of persuasion. A preponderance of the evidence simply means an amount of evidence that is enough to persuade you that the party's claim is more likely true than not true. If the proof fails to establish any essential part of a claim by a preponderance of the evidence, you must find against the party making that claim. When more than one claim is involved, you should consider each claim separately. In deciding whether any fact has been proved by a preponderance of the evidence, you may consider the testimony of all of the witnesses, regardless of who may have called them, and all of the exhibits received in evidence, regardless of who may have produced them. If the proof fails to establish any essential part of a party's claims by a preponderance of the evidence, you must find for the defendant or counter-defendant as to that claim. The defendants have filed what is known as counterclaims. That is, the defendants claim that the counterclaim defendants owe them instead of the defendants owing the plaintiff. A counterclaim is covered by the same rules of law that govern the plaintiff's claims. The defendants must prove their case by preponderance of the evidence, as has just been explained. If neither party proves its case by preponderance of the evidence, your verdict would be in favor of the defendant, but without any monetary recovery. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in question is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses as well as the exhibits admitted during the trial. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain or set of facts and or circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. That is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that immediately points to the question at issue. Circumstantial or indirect evidence is evidence that only tends to establish a fact. It must be such as to reasonably establish that fact rather than anything else. The comparative weight of circumstantial and direct evidence on any given issue is a question of fact for you to decide. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. You, the jury, must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witnesses' manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. The credibility of a witness may be attacked by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. A contract is an agreement between two or more parties for the doing or not doing of some specified thing. To constitute a lawful contract, there must be parties able to contract, a consideration for the contract, the agreement of the parties to the terms of the contract, and a lawful subject matter. A consideration is valid if any person who promised is entitled to a benefit or any harm is done to one who receives the promise. An enforceable contract does not exist unless the parties have reached agreement as to all material terms and conditions and nothing is left to future negotiations. If there is any essential term upon which agreement is lacking, no meeting of the minds exists and a valid and binding contract has not been formed. An enforceable contract does not exist if its terms are incomplete, vague, indefinite, or uncertain. Any particular contract provision, essential or material to the parties, can be an essential term of the contract. A subsequent communication by one party to the alleged contract that varies even one term of the original offer is a counteroffer. A counteroffer acts to reject or nullify the original offer. Because a counteroffer terminates the power of acceptance, the initial offer is no longer outstanding and cannot be accepted. As a general rule, there is implied in every contract for worker services a duty to perform it skillfully and carefully. The law requires persons undertaking to perform services requiring skill the duty to use that reasonable degree of care, skill, and ability that would be used under similar conditions and circumstances by others of the same business or profession. The effect of a material or substantial breach of contract is, generally, to preclude the party guilty of the first such breach from recovering on the contract and to render him or her liable to the injured party for the resulting loss or injury. Where a party refuses to abide by a contract provision, that party is properly considered to have repudiated the contract, and as such is properly considered to have breached the contract, which stops that party from seeking to enforce the provisions of the agreement. If the non-performance of a party to a contract is caused by the conduct of the opposite party, such conduct shall excuse the other party from performance. Similarly, a party to a contract cannot take advantage of his own act or omission to escape liability. Damages are given as compensation for injury sustained. Damages recoverable for a breach of contract are such as arise naturally and according to the usual course of things from the breach, and such as the parties contemplated when the contract was made as the probable result of the breach. In every case of breach of contract, the party not breaching it has a right to damages. But if there has been no actual damage, the party bringing the claim can recover nominal damages that will carry expenses of litigation. Nominal damages are a trivial sum, important for the fact of the award, but not meaningful in amount. On a breach of contract claim, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff to show both the breach and the damage with sufficient evidence to enable a jury to calculate the amount of damages with a reasonable degree of certainty. A failure to prove damages is fatal to a claim. Any necessary expense that one of two contracting parties incur in complying with the contract may be recovered as damages. When by a breach of contract one is injured, one is bound to lessen the damages as far as is practicable by the use of ordinary care. Plaintiff also brings a claim against the defendants for quantum meruit. Ordinarily, when one renders services or transfers property valuable to another that the other accepts, a promise is implied to pay the reasonable value of the services or property. Quantum meruit, meaning as much as a person deserves, is an action for work and labor founded on an implied promise on the part of the defendant to pay the plaintiff as much as is reasonably deserved for labor performed. It refers to obligations imposed by law without regard to intention or assent of the parties, dictated by reason and justice. The amount of recovery is determined by the jury based upon the reasonable value of the services rendered to the opposite party, despite of the absence of a specific agreement as to value. In suits on quantum meruit, the reasonable value of professional services rendered, if not fixed by contract, may be determined by considering the ordinary and reasonable charges made for such services by members of the same profession of similar standing in the surrounding community. The reasonable value of those services is determined from the perspective of the recipient. When an express contract between the parties exists, then the value of such services and other terms will be set by it, and the plaintiff would not be authorized to recover on quantum meruit, unless you find that the plaintiff performed services not contemplated by the parties in the original written contract. Recovery may be authorized in quantum meruit when a party receives benefits in part performance that exceed damages incurred by failure of full performance. In order for the plaintiff to recover, the plaintiff must show that it had such a relationship with the defendants as to authorize the plaintiff to render the services alleged, that valuable services were rendered, that such services were accepted, that they benefited the defendants, and that they had a reasonable value. The value of the services must be proved by a preponderance of the evidence. The defendants have brought a claim for negligent construction, which is considered a tort. As for negligent construction, the defendants must prove by preponderance of the evidence that the negligence of the counterclaim defendants, if any, was a proximate cause of the injuries to the defendants. In negligent construction cases, claims arise not from a breach of contract claim, but from a breach of duty implied by law to perform the work in accordance with industry standards. This cause of action arises in tort and exists independently of any claim for breach of contract. Ordinary negligence means the absence of or the failure to use that degree of care that is used by ordinarily careful persons under the same or similar circumstances. Before a claimant can recover damages from a counterclaim defendant in a case such as this, there must be injury to the claimant resulting from the counterclaim defendant's negligence. The claimants must prove that the counterclaim defendants were negligent in one or more ways alleged in order to recover. It is not necessary for the claimants to prove that the counterclaim defendants were negligent in every way that the claimants claim. If you find no negligence at all on the part of the counterclaim defendants, then the claimant's case against the counterclaim defendants ends. Proximate cause means that cause which, in a natural and continuous sequence, produces an event, and without which cause such event would not have occurred. In order to be a proximate cause, the act or omission complained of must be such that a person using ordinary care would have foreseen that the event, or some similar event, might reasonably result therefrom. There may be more than one proximate cause of an event, but if an act or omission of any person not a party to the suit was the sole proximate cause of an occurrence, then no act or omission of any party could have been a proximate cause. When I use the expression proximate cause, I mean a cause that, in the natural or ordinary course of events, produced the claimant's injury. It need not be the only cause, nor the last or nearest cause. It is sufficient if it combines with another cause resulting in the injury. From the evidence, you must first determine what the standards of the construction industry are with respect to the improvements made by the counterclaim defendants for the defendants. You must then decide whether the counterclaim defendant's construction was done in a manner that was in conformity with those standards. If you find that the counterclaim defendants failed to meet industry standards and that the failure resulted in damages to the defendants, you would be authorized to return a verdict for the defendants. If you find that the counterclaim defendants met those standards, your verdict would be for the counterclaim defendants. A corporation possesses a legal existence separate and apart from that of its officers, and the mere operation of corporate business does not render one personally liable for corporate acts. Sole ownership of a corporation by one person or another corporation is not a factor, and neither is the fact that the sole owner uses or controls it to promote his ends. When a tort is committed by a corporation, an officer who takes part in its commission, who specifically directs it to be done, or who participates or cooperates therein, is personally liable, regardless of whether he personally profited from the wrong. An officer of a corporation who takes no part in the commission of a tort by the corporation is not personally liable unless he specifically directed the particular act to be done or participated or cooperated therein. Whether Randall Patterson may be held personally liable for negligence is a matter for you to determine. An employer is liable for the negligence of an independent contractor if the wrongful act is the violation of a duty imposed by statute. Those duties are non-delegable, even though the owner has a contract for another party to provide the work. Damages are given as pay or compensation for injury done. When one party is required to pay damages to another, the law seeks to ensure that the damages awarded are fair to both parties. If you believe from a preponderance of the evidence that the claimant is entitled to recover, you should award to the claimant such sums as you believe are reasonable and just in this case. Damages for defective construction, whether those damages are a result of a breach of contract or negligence of the contractor, can be determined by measuring the cost of repairing or restoring the damage, unless the cost of repair is disproportionate to the property's probable loss of value. Damages are given as compensation for an injury done, and generally, the injury is the measure when the damages are of a character to be estimated in money. If the injury is small or mitigating, circumstances are strong, only nominal damages are given. When a claimant is injured by the negligence of another, the claimant must mitigate his or her damages as far as is practicable by the use of ordinary care and diligence. If you believe that a party has suffered damages as alleged under the law, that party is bound to reduce those damages as far as is practicable by the use of ordinary care. If you believe that by the use of such care that party could have reduced the damages, you would determine to what extent and reduce such damages to that extent. The expenses of litigation are not generally allowed as a part of the damages. But if the defendants and or counterclaim defendants have acted in bad faith, or have been stubbornly litigious, or have caused the party bringing the claim unnecessary trouble and expense, you may allow them. You should determine from the evidence the attorney's fees or other expenses, if any, as will be allowed. Bad faith arises out of the transactions upon which the complaint is based and refers to a time period prior to when the lawsuit was filed. Bad faith is not simply bad judgment or negligence, but it imports a dishonest purpose or some moral obliquity and implies conscious doing of wrong and means breach of a known duty through some motive of interest or ill will. Stubborn litigiousness and causing the opposing party unnecessary trouble and expense refer to forcing a party to file a lawsuit when there is no bona fide controversy. If there is a bona fide controversy between the parties, expenses of litigation should not be awarded, unless you find that the party against whom the fees are to be awarded acted in bad faith. Georgia law provides that a licensed residential contractor and any affiliated entities shall offer a written warranty in connection with each contract to construct or superintend or manage the construction of any single-family residence where the total value of the work or activity or the compensation to be received by the contractor for such activity or work exceeds $2,500. The residential contractor division shall establish the minimum requirements of such warranty. I want to emphasize that anything I did or said during the trial of this case was not intended to and did not intimate, hint, or suggest to you which of the parties should prevail. Whichever of the parties is entitled to a verdict is a matter entirely for you to determine, and whatever your verdict, it must be agreed upon by all of you. My interest in this matter is that the case was fairly presented according to the law and that you as honest, conscientious, and impartial jurors consider the case as I have instructed you and return a verdict that speaks the truth as you find the truth of the case to be. Your verdict should be a true verdict, based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given to you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, economic or corporate status, for or against either party. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic media or device to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your number to act as foreperson, who will preside over your deliberations, and who will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Jurors should carefully consider all the evidence in the case and deliberate with a view toward reaching a unanimous verdict consistent with your consciences and oaths as jurors. Avoid premature, fixed opinions. Consult with one another and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender honest convictions or opinions in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. Do not begin your deliberations until we send you the exhibits and the verdict form, which we will do so shortly, and then you may begin your deliberations. Any objections to the charge as given on behalf of the plaintiff?
Sure.
All right. If you want to approach.
Sure.
No, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, at this time, we will ask you to retire to the jury room. It'll take us a few minutes to compile the exhibits and the verdict form and these instructions. And I suppose the first thing that you can decide is whether you want to stay until 5-ish to at least begin your deliberations, or if you just want to call it a day and start fresh tomorrow. I would say that tomorrow you would just begin once all of you have arrived. We could say that the time for that would be around 9:30, but really you can decide that for yourselves. And also, I believe that we're going to be able to have lunch for you tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about packing that. And then you can decide again as a jury whether you work through lunch, whether you break for lunch. You get to set your schedule then. But I think we're going to have pizza arriving around 11 to 11:30. So with that, I'll ask you to step in the back, and then you can just let us know through Deputy Scott whether you just want to go ahead, head on home, or come back and get started in the morning.
Sure.
All right, so I have the charge and the verdict form here. And if we could, if you want to give me the binder that you wanted to go back, we could start with either the plaintiffs or defense, whoever's got their stack of exhibits ready.
I do not have the plaintiff's exhibits. Are they up here?
Yes.
Courthouse.
All right, we might want to start, first of all, just by getting them in order. And Deputy Scott, feel free to just step in the back. They might have a quick answer for you.
This is what you propose to send back.
It is.
You don't see. Oh. Ah. What do you want? Go there.
Say what?
On it,
I do? All right.
good to go.
Yeah, they can go. We'll just tell them 9:30.
You can get to hear what you said, but we were able to order the pizza.
Okay, great. Thanks, boy.
Yes. Now that you're back, you go in there and shut them in.
You have plans 82.
I have no exhibits.
Yeah, no, do you have a note of it where it's submitted?
If it was admitted, it was during that batch, so I would rely on our court reporter here.
Today.
Okay,
It would have been today.
right.
Okay. Your Honor, we've looked at the plaintiff's exhibits. And everything appears to be in order with what Madam Court Reporter had, other than exhibit 82 didn't appear to be admitted. And exhibit 3 is a demonstrative. So we're fine with the rest of the exhibits coming back to the jury.
You've got those organized now numerically?
I think I need to put two back in order.
All right, any disagreement on as to which of the plaintiff's exhibits go back? Mr. Pine?
No, sir.
Okay.
Stack goes.
All right, and then I think we'll give 3 back to our court reporter and the one that wasn't admitted back to counsel. So, and I'll just have this for both parties, but what was that?
Number 3 in that stack?
3 is right here, because he just said that he did not think that that went back because it was a demonstrative.
Right, yes, sir. That's
All right. So then we turn to the defense exhibits, and those were in one of the binders here. And have you had a chance to go through that, Mr. Pye? You're still working on it?
Still working on it. I've got it to the 50 or 100 picture.
All right. Just let us.
All under exhibit 186. Dot.
Infinitum.
I don't have a record. Since you're not on-
May I have the excuse for a minute?
That's fine.
don't have a list of these.
Pictures?
No,
They're in.
all under 244. We were not furnished with a list of the defendant's exhibits beyond number 254. 244, whatever. Anyway, there are about 100 pages here that I don't have a list for, so I don't have any way to compare.
Well, let's wait for Mr. Sherman to return.